This is Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons. This is Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, a 5th edition heavy RP campaign, and with me are my players, Will, Knox, and Manda. Tiff will also be joining us, but she'll be a few minutes late. Okay, so we are ready to go here. So, last session, you met with the Undertakers again. They were pleased that you had killed the Grells, gave you permission to explore any of the southern half of the dungeon level, which is what the first level of Undermountain is known as. But in order to explore further north into their territory, they require an additional service, which was to go and wipe out the watch post of the Xanathar Guild goblins, which they told you was south of the Hall of Mirrors. On your way there, you were assaulted by a fairly large group of goblins and bugbears, including some special elite goblins that you hadn't seen before, which were very troublesome, but you managed to put them down. One of the bugbears did have another intellect devourer in its skull, which you also were able to slay. And after fighting this large battle, most of the party elected to take a short rest. Midge was sort of spying on people in beast form. Roscoe decided to drag all the bodies and arrange them in this neat, orderly display along the walls of the pillar room, marking them with... How did you mark them?
You mean in what manner or what?
Both.
Taking what blood he could find from bodies that still had non-incinerated, and we haven't really decided what it would be, but there is a sort of mark of the King in Yellow, which I don't know if it's ever clearly delineated in Lovecraftian text, but there's something, so we can talk about. But the mark of the King in Yellow.
All right, so basically the sigil of the King in Yellow.
Yes.
On each of the corpses' foreheads?
With what forehead they had left after the fireballs.
Very nice. Remind me, is Roscoe still in the grips of madness?
Yes, his madness trait right now is, "Come friends, let us revel in the taking of life in the name of our king." So, a little bit mad, just.
And Midge is still suffering from extreme paranoia, and Sardick is still down 4 points of intelligence and suffering from a serious hoarder's disorder.
And Ara's just suffering from everybody else.
And Ara
So
is mostly
looks...
suffering from the trauma of having Varys turned into a baby.
We can look for something else, but I just posted in the Discord what looks like is somewhat maybe accepted as the mark for the King in Yellow.
I think you're
That's
right.
cool.
I think that's associated with either Hathor or something like that. I've seen that before.
It looks cool. Alright, so at this point we will move back over to the dungeon map, because as you were trying to leave the Hall of Mirrors, 8 of the magical mirrors, now remember, you would detect magic on these mirrors. 8 of the 16 mirrors radiated illusion and shadow magic. 3 of the other mirrors radiated just illusion magic with no shadow, and the other 5 mirrors had no magic at all. Alright, I need to move you guys over to the dungeon. And as Aura reached the end of the room, suddenly black shadowy energy began to pour forth from the 8 mirrors that you had. FYI, there's some slight crackling on your mic, almost as if the push-to-talk sound is coming through every... What does that mean?
Yeah, when you talk, it kind of like cuts you out, and it's like a crackling sound almost. I thought it was just me.
It's like a slight click, click, click.
That's weird. Is it doing
Yeah,
it every time?
Yep.
I didn't pick up on it at first, and then like a little bit in, I'm like, wait a minute, this is...
I think Cider's gonna have to reinstall his Discord.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to email him.
Alright, hold on. Let me see if I can... I'll just disconnect from Discord and reconnect, and maybe that will help. By that I actually mean quit Discord and restart it. Can you hear me on the stream, Nox? Probably not, because you probably had it muted because you're listening to me on Discord. Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
Is it better now, or is it still the same?
sounds
That's
better.
Oh, good. Alright, I fixed it. Tech skills. Alright, so this shadowy energy was coming out of the 8 mirrors that had radiated shadow magic, coalescing into what looked like identical duplicates of Aura, but simply made all out of shadow. And they immediately moved to attack. So what needs to happen first is initiative. Midge, once again, momentarily taken over by Valgara, roars defiantly. At this point, it's becoming old hat. Hashtag casual possession. All right. Right into combat we go. These shadowy duplicates appear a little bit more solid, a little bit stronger than the ones you saw before. And they have the slightest of silvery sheen that flickers along the edges of the shadows. So first of all, one of them is going to come out here. Move right between Midge and Roscoe. And instead of reaching out with his shadowy hand to strike as the ones did before, this one simply points a single black umbral finger right at Roscoe's face. And you hear no incantation, you see no special gestures, but what are unmistakably magic missiles fire forth from its finger. And each of them shines with a silvery radiance. So 3 magical missiles strike Roscoe right in the face.
Oof.
Alrighty, I take them. Because I have so many options. Ooh boy.
For a brutal 12 points of force damage. Knocking your head back. Your neck is now badly hurting because of the force of the sudden whip crack of your neck. Your face is just numb. Alright, well, it starts right off with Midge's turn, so I think we know what she's going to do. When you guys get possessed by Valgara, you don't have access to the memories of what Valgara did while she was in your body. But when Valgara possesses you, she has access to your memories and has an instinctive, intuitive understanding of what you can do. So she remembers, even though she wasn't there at the time, she has Midge's memory of how effective Moonbeam was against these creatures, so she's going to use it. Now, she doesn't have a 2nd level slot, so she's going to have to use a 3rd level slot. Alright, it's a 5-foot radius. So we need a little... It's a 5-foot radius. You can move the beam. She'll be here ASAP, struck in traffic. Okay, that's understandable. The only question is where to put it.
So the damage ticks at the start of a creature's turn, so she probably wants it either blocking the hallway or on something so that it takes the damage immediately. But we don't really have a good blocking.
Yeah, plus a lot of the places where she would want to put it will also catch one of her allies in it. Of course, this is Valgara. She might not give a fuck about
and she is feeling that
ally.
paranoia.
That's true. I think she's gonna put it in the place that protects herself and Katrin the most. I think she's gonna move first. Oh, but then she'll provoke an opportunity attack. She doesn't like the idea of these things touching her. No, she's just gonna drop it right here. Why is that thing so hard to grab? Oh, because I'm not on grabbing. Trying to, there. It's a little more visible now. She's just gonna drop it right there. Where it will affect, unfortunately, Roscoe, but also 2 of the shadows, and the other 2 if they try to come through there. But when you first put it on someone,
It's no effect until they start their turn, I believe.
okay, right. And that's all she's gonna do. Of course, she does recognize that Roscoe is a valuable ally, and now he's pretty badly hurt. She might need him. Oh, wait, you can't do that. You can't do a minor action first level spell and a regular spell at the same time. One of them has to be a cantrip. So she can't also Healing Word this round.
She could shillelagh.
Yeah, she'll do that. And that's it for her turn. It's R's turn.
Alright, so Ara's just gonna reach out and touch herself. Well, a mirror image of herself. And she's just... You said they're more solid than the last shadows we encountered, correct?
Yes, they are more solid. They look a little more, well, I guess solid's the best word.
Alright, so I'm going to attempt this. Actually, good. No. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do what I originally. I'm assuming that does not hit.
Well, if you attack around that corner like that, even though it's a melee attack, it will benefit from some cover. So do you want to move in front of it first, or do you just want to attack around the corner?
I mean, I can move in front of it if it's...
Alright, then that does hit.
Alrighty.
Okay. So you reach out your hand, crackling with magical lightning, and it does seem to partially disrupt the form of this shadow, but not as much as you would think. It seems to be resistant to this.
Kind of thought maybe that might happen, but figured I'd try. I am going to move again, and I'll definitely understand I'm taking an attack of opportunity. So.
Actually, you canceled its reaction with Shock and Grasp, so I don't think you...
True.
Oh, nice.
I'll ignore that. Yeah, you're right. So it doesn't get to opportunity attack you. You can just
Nice.
move where you want.
Alright, so I'm...
Go ahead.
I just took a couple steps back just so that kind of coax it out of the alcove and give me a better line of distance for more that's really my only touch spell.
As you enter the hallway there, you do hear the faint sound of drumming and singing from the north. Very faint.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alright, looks like a bunch of these guys get to go in a row now.
Alright, you made some good points about Roscoe, maybe, but, I mean, really, summoning up some duplicates of yourself just to slap them around a bit, that's a little bit much.
I didn't do this.
This one will move up to you, Ara. Actually, we'll move all the way around you like this, and then, like the one that attacked before, instead of swiping at you with its shadowy hand, it fires forth a burst of magic missiles at you.
Ugh.
So 9 points of force damage as these magic missiles slam into you. Oh, hey, Tiff's here.
Hello.
Hi. You've only taken one turn in Vargara mode, and she already cast a moonbeam in a questionable place.
Cool, cool.
So,
Is it that white square that I'm seeing?
yeah.
Yup.
Yes.
Did she cast it on Roscoe?
Yup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So, number one comes out, magic missiles you. Then the next one here, it knows better than to walk into that moonbeam. So it's just going to magic missile you around the corner there. Unfortunately, it automatically hits, so the cover won't benefit you. Ooh, so Midge. 3 shimmering bolts of silver glowing energy strike forth and rake all across your side, leaving painful bruises. 14 force damage, almost maximum.
Okay, and should I make a con check for Moonbeam?
Oh, yes, you should.
Should be good.
How does the concentration save work?
It's
I think
either
it's 10.
half of the amount of damage you take, or 10, whichever is higher. So it would be
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then you're fine.
Well, fine is a relative term for what we
Fine-ish.
are right now.
Alright, this one here is going to come out. And it's going to fire off magic missiles at Katrin. Katrin is not raging, so she takes the full damage. She says, "Ah! Why are these things casting spells now? They didn't do this last time." She doesn't have any rages left today, sadly. Alright. Finally, number 6 here is in the moonbeam. So, it needs to make a con save, right?
Yeah, at the start of its turn.
It definitely does not make the save. How much damage does your moonbeam do?
2d10 radiant.
It was actually a 3rd level spell, so you got another D10.
Oh, you cast it at 3rd level.
Well, you didn't have any 2nd level slots left.
Oh, that is true about me right now.
.21 radiant damage. It is vulnerable to radiant. So, this radiant moonlight simply evaporates the creature, instantly destroying it. There's no trace of it left.
1 hour down.
1 aura down. Roscoe, what are you doing?
Well,
You're
making
starting
a
your
save
turn in a
first.
moonbeam.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So, Tiff, I'm gonna have to ask real nicely that you roll roll low damage. And I'm gonna use. Well, actually, I'll see the damage, I guess.
Am I rolling again?
Yeah. Well, I don't know actually.
I don't know either. DM, should I roll again new damage? I will.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing so. I hope it's good.
Yeah, you should.
All right, I will use my inspiration and get that whole 17 thing. And
So you take half?
yes, so I'm at 4 health right now. I will bonus action disengage. Can you also point me to the mirrors that were not shadow magic energy, but like the other type of mirrory thing?
One of them is the very first one here in the top. And one of them is the very last one on the top, or on the bottom, I mean. And one of them is this one right by Katrin.
Okay. I'm going to. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I need to step one further down to be able to interact with it, or is this close enough to interact with it here?
You have to step into the actual... You're trying to interact with the mirror.
The mirror that's not shadow illusion-y.
Yeah, you have to actually move down into the alcove.
Okay, so that is my full 30 feet of movement for the movement. So I still have an action. Could I like either make an Arcana check to see if there's a way to interact with it or activate it, or do something?
So you're interacting with one of the ones that radiated illusion magic, but not shadow magic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check, or you can just tell me what you're trying to do.
I'll start with this to see if you can give me a clue or not.
That's a very high Arcana check. Actually, make an investigation check as well, but with advantage. Oh, wow. Okay. It looks to you like the glass of the mirror itself is illusory. That it's not real glass.
Oh. I'm not sure I want to be diving down.
Do you stick your hand through it?
Well, so actually, once you know something is an illusion, technically you can see through it as if it was like an optical illusion that you kind of know is there, and like the way that the rules are written. And that might not be it for this, but can I like see through it now that I'm aware that that's an illusion?
Sure, you can see through it. There is a shelf inset into the wall behind the fake mirror, and on the shelf is what looks like some form of potion. It doesn't look like a standard healing potion. You don't know what kind of potion it is. Do you have detect magic on still?
Technically, I'd have to make a Constitution check, so let me see.
2 of them, actually.
10? Yes, the 10 would save for the 12 damage I took before. The 10 would also save for the 11 damage that I took, so I do still have to take.
Okay. In that case, you see illusion magic on the potion too. But you don't think the potion itself is an illusion. You think it's just enchanted with some kind of illusion magic.
Alright. Would reaching in and grabbing it take an action, or would it be the interact with an object in the environment?
I'd say your interacting was already sort of figuring out that this was an illusion.
Okay.
Of course, you still had a whole action that you hadn't used, so yeah, you can reach in and grab it too.
Okay. So with all of that, grabbing it, do I have anything?
Do you have what? Any actions left?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I will basically call out which mirrors. So these ones here, and he points at the those are actually just illusions. You can reach into them. I was hoping I could shut this down, and that's what Roscoe can do.
All right. So Roscoe looks like he's very close to death for everyone else's information. All right, next there's this one here at the end. It's going to come up to the edge of the moonbeam and stop, and it's going to fire magic missiles at Midge as well. Ooh, for another 12 points of force damage. As these missiles all, come together and strike almost as one in the center of your midsection, knocking the air out of you.
And there goes Moonbeam.
Oh, I took those guys' turns out of... Oh, there goes Moonbeam. Oh, no. So the Moonbeam fades. In that case, it'll move up. Alright, now this one here is the one I kind of skipped. They both had the same initiative, so I guess they could have acted in either order. This one here is going to come out and flank Katrin. Of course, it's using Magic Missile, but it still wants to set up the flank anyway. So it's going to come out and it's going to Magic Missile Katrin. 11 force damage against her. Magic missile slamming into her back. She jerks and spasms with the pain and growls. Ah! Too tired to get properly angry for this fight. And that makes it her turn. So she's got shadowy duplicates on either side of her. She can't rage.
She is flanking with Midge.
She is flanking with Midge. So she will attack the one that she's flanking with Midge. With advantage, that hits. Even without advantage, that hits. Wow. Thanks. Damage. So, it seems to be resistant to that, so it only actually suffers 4 points of damage. These things are really hard to kill. Sardick, what are you gonna do? Everybody but you got beat up this time, especially Roscoe.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Sardick will move one step forward after seeing Roscoe go into that alcove and go, "Ah, damn it, lad, you look like you're ready for the grave again!" And he's going to reach out a hand. I give you my best! And he's going to heal Roscoe for 23 points of damage.
Very nice.
Wow, thank you. I feel like I can fight again. Could you do me one more favor? You've already done a lot, but could you step up 5 feet that way?
What way?
This way. It's for flanking. I am not motivated by advantages.
Don't know what the stuff you're talking about is, but sure. What the heck? And Sardick will just walk there and completely ignore the creature that's been trying to swipe at him from his own alcove.
Much appreciated.
That one that you just moved away from will get an opportunity attack against you.
Oh, I didn't see that there was one. Maybe. Well, Roscoe wouldn't have known that either.
But it doesn't even come close to hitting you. Its shadowy fingers can't seem to penetrate your armor. So, okay, and Roscoe got a big heal. Are you doing anything else on your turn? I think you still have a regular action, Sardick.
No, that was Cure Wounds. That was took the regular.
You have a
Oh,
bonus
yeah.
though, right?
Yeah, I have a bonus, but I can't Spiritual Weapon because that's another regular spell, so that'll be it.
Alright, well, there's another one here, the last one that hasn't gone yet. Doesn't like you healing people, so it's gonna come out, move into a flanking position on Sardick, and it's gonna blast you with magic missiles. So these 3 silvery bolts come out. One of them hits you in the back of the leg, almost buckling your knee. One in the lower back, causing a spasm of pain to rise up your spine. And the other in the back of the head, jerking your head forward, causing you to bite down on your tongue. Now you can taste blood in your mouth. So you take 10 points of force damage from that.
Ah, damn it! Magical arrows this time!
It's always some kind of arrows. Alright, we're back to the top of the round, and the one that went before Midge gets to go again. This time it just reaches out its shadowy hand and tries to swipe it through Midge's body. It does have flanking. Ooh, a 20. Not a natural 20, just a 20 total, so that'll hit. You take 6 points of necrotic damage as you feel it sucking your life force away, Midge. You must also make a... Oh wait, there's no save against that? There's no save. Holy shit. Okay, that's not good. You also lose 2 points of strength.
Ooh, that is not good.
Maybe why Roscoe was running last time.
Oh, by the way, Midge does have Shillelagh activated during that first round.
Do you have...
Cool.
Can you cast Moonbeam again, or are you out?
Yeah, Shillelagh's not a concentration.
Right. Okay. That's all it does. Now it's Midge's turn.
Well, this is, it's not great.
It could be better.
Let me read something. Originating from you. Okay, I'm gonna recast Moonbeam.
I've got the square. Where do you want it?
Oh, okay, great, you still have it. I just want it on those 3 right there. We're like
Like
right,
that?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, a moonbeam shimmers into light. The creatures react, throwing up their shadowy arms as if that will help them.
And
What
then
up?
Midge is gonna call out, it's not looking good over here, guys. If I go down, the Moonbeam's going down too. And I don't need to roll right now, right?
Nope.
Okay.
You gonna try to move or do anything else, or are you done?
I am going to stay right there. And that is it.
Okay, what's Ara doing?
Ara is kind of irked, so she's just gonna basically mock what the first one did to Roscoe and point at its face. And she's going to cast Magic Missile, but she's going to cast it at a higher level because she doesn't have any more first levels. And there we go.
So that was a second level cast? And it was against the one right next to you, right?
Yep.
Okay, they don't seem to resist the damage of the magic missiles, so you actually did 14, right?
Mm-hmm. And she's going to stand where she is and hope for the best.
Alright, your magic missiles blast into the creature, dispersing the shadowy energy as it flies apart. It starts to reform itself, but it's definitely less solid than it was before.
Nice.
Alright, this guy here, the one next to you that you just blasted with magic missiles, is going to attempt to touch you with its shadowy hand. Ah, 18. So you feel your life force being drawn out of you as a terrible cold creeps through your body as you take 9 points of necrotic damage and lose 4 points of strength.
Oh my god.
What is your strength?
My strength was an 8.
Now it's 4?
Yes.
Oh,
That's not great.
It's a good thing none of my attacks are strength-based.
If your strength goes to 0, you die.
Yes, I know.
Ouch!
I just start dropping stuff, like my bag just falls to the floor. Everything
So
I have.
freezing.
Alright, number 5 is the one that's starting its turn in the Moonbeam, so it needs to make a save. What's the DC?
That's a good question. 15.
Alright, it does save. So it takes half, but it's taking half of 19, right? 19 radiant, which it takes double of. So it's taking the full 19. It seems almost completely burnt away by this radiant energy, but somehow enough of it still forms together into a vague wisp like a stick figure of a humanoid shape and is able to attempt to attack you. It's gonna get out of the moonbeam. And move around to here and flank you. Oh shit, that's a crit. This is going badly. Alright, well, its hand goes right into where your heart is, and you feel the shadowy tendrils of its hand gripping your heart itself, which begins beating slower as if it's about to stop. You take 20 points of necrotic damage.
You know how many hit points I had?
How many?
19.
Oh no.
ugh.
So Midge collapsed to the floor. You also lose 2 more strength. Oh, and there goes the moonbeam. Well, that's not good. Alright, the one in front of Katrin attacks Katrin. Shadowy hand with advantage. What is Katrin's AC? It's 21. That's exactly what it got. So, Katrin is going to take some damage and lose some strength. She screams. What is it doing to me? Alright, so how much strength has everyone lost?
I've
None
lost
here.
4.
I've lost 4.
Go.
Ooh, okay. Roscoe, it's your turn.
Okay. So the one that's above me, I have flanking on with Sardick. So I will I guess I will cast Hex and Booming Blade on it. So again, kind of tracing that sigil of the King in Yellow in the air. There's this kind of like dark energy that overtakes the thing in front of Roscoe. So the 24. Wow. So that is...
I need that damage separated out into types.
Yeah. So 8 slashing damage, 4 thunder damage, 5 thunder damage, and no. Sorry, 8 slashing, 5 necrotic, and 4 thunder.
Alright, it takes all of the slashing damage because your blade is magical. How much thunder?
4 thunder.
Takes half of
And
that.
5 necrotic.
And the necrotic doesn't affect it at all.
So 10 damage total.
Yeah, that's what it took, is 10.
Yikes, that was a low roll for me. Alright, well, Roscoe's kind of stuck. He can't move at this point. So, that's it.
Alright. But it also has the booming blade effect on it where it'll take damage if it moves, right?
That's correct.
Alright, well, it's that one's turn. It's not happy about what you did, so even though it could attack Katrin with flanking, it's going to attack Roscoe instead, with no advantage. And it misses with an 8. So you're able to nimbly dodge out of the way of its shadowy hand. Alright, the one that's standing by Midge, that one would have been hit by Moonbeam right now, but there's no more Moonbeam. So it's going to move right over Midge's body. And it will attack Katrin. It doesn't have any flanking. So she bats away its hand with her magical shield. And it's Katrin's turn. Alright, Katrin... Man, she can't do much because she's kind of hemmed in. She's looking around with fear in her eyes. This is the first time you've really seen her look afraid in battle. This is going really badly, guys. What are we gonna do? Sardick! Midge is down! I can't get to her. So she's gonna...
I could see that last.
She's gonna try to attack the one that is almost dead. The one that almost died from the Moonbeam, even though she doesn't have combat advantage against it. Oh, she's not gonna do much with her shitty damage with a non-magical weapon, though. But she's gonna attack that one anyway. Oh, she misses.
She might want to burn up an inspiration if she's got it.
Yeah,
I
was
think she
thinking
does.
That,
I think we
she
gave her.
does, but it wouldn't do her much good because she's only going to do half of 1d4 plus 3, even if she hits. You know, at best she's doing 3 points of damage. At worst, she's doing like 1 point, which wouldn't be worth it to
Yeah.
use the inspiration at this point because she doesn't get sneak attack. So she'll just hang where she is. Sardick, it's your turn.
Oh, nurturing mother, we are in dire straits. I ask life not for myself, but for my friends. Restore them, mother. And Sardick is going to focus his preservation of life onto Midge and I believe
Whatever Midge can't take.
I can take, what is it, half of your max? I can take 25.
Yep.
And I'll take the 5.
Alright, so you're healing Midge for 25 and Ara for 5?
yes.
Alright, so the life energy of Hathor beams forth. A sense of well-being and comfort comes upon you. Midge, you wake up. You feel life force returning to you. Your strength is still down, though. Alright, so that was your action. Are you doing anything else?
Mother, I supplicate to you, in the name of thy son, I summon thine horns, smite our enemy!
Oh, you got the horns back out.
Yeah, it froze a little bit, but, that would be... the first one is an 8 and a 20, and actually I'm going to burn my advantage for... And I'm going to use it on the one that Katrin was trying to destroy.
Alright. So... you hit it for...
10 force.
Very nice. The mighty horns summoned forth in representation of the great Hathor impale through the center of this spiritual, or this shadowy being, and the shadow just explodes outwards into a million tiny flecks, which drift through the air for a few seconds before disappearing. And that one is gone. You doing anything else? Moving, or are you good where you are?
I think that'll be it.
Alright, number 2 here. The one right next to Sardick. It's gonna try to get you with its shadowy hand. With flanking. 20. Not a crit, I just mean 20 is the total.
That will hit.
Ooh, that's good damage, man. You feel this horrible chill, like you're slipping closer to death as 14 points of necrotic damage seeps through your body. And... you lose 2 points of strength.
Okay.
Alright, this one over here by Midge. Well, now that Midge is awake... it's going to, try to hit her. It'll move up 1. With advantage, it gets a 22. So you're feeling this wonderful warmth and comfort from Hathor, and all of a sudden, once again, this life-sucking hand enters your body, and you feel 7 points of necrotic damage being taken away from you.
Now, she is on the ground. Would it know that she's up?
Oh, that's right. I would have been prone.
Yeah, you are prone. I think it's obvious that you've been healed.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're dead?
Yeah, I only had 4 strength left.
Oh no.
Uh,
We have our
We all
first
thought he was
fatality.
kidding.
So Midge es la muerta. This is taking an ugly turn.
And there's no, like, you can't stabilize with that, I'm assuming.
No, that's actual death. You probably don't have a revivify left, do you?
I don't have 3 third level at all.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we probably don't have the spell.
I
slots or
burned that
anything.
to heal Roscoe.
And then it just casually drifts across your corpse to move in on Katrin. Katrin yells out, "Midge isn't looking good over here! She's not breathing at all!" Well, it would have been your turn right now, but now it's just your turn to contemplate the nature of mortality.
Don't worry, I'll be joining you. Alright, I am going to use my last second level spell. And... Whoa!
At least
That
one
is-
thing went well.
Are all these missiles going on the same one?
Yes! I don't want it to touch me again.
Alright, well you completely obliterated with that rain of magic missiles then.
Good, I'm gonna go find somewhere to take a nap now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna just move here for now because I'm a coward and don't want to die and I feel weak.
To the south of you, you notice, do you see that blue line on the map?
Yes.
You notice a very thick, heavy line of salt across the floor right there. Completely covering the passage. I mean, it's just salt on the ground. You could step right over it, but it's there's not a break in it. It's completely from wall to wall.
Would I know what that means?
You can make a religion check.
See how good that one.
Nope.
No.
No idea.
I'm like, ooh, salt! And that's my turn.
Alright. This other one here next to Katrin, it's flanking her. It will attack her with advantage. But even with advantage, it does not hit. Don't touch me! She swings her shield around wildly. Roscoe.
Roscoe, realizing his hex didn't do anything, will still booming blade this one right above him.
Still with flanking. Well, that hits.
Alright. There's some real damage.
How much of that is thunder?
So 8 of it's thunder, and I didn't include the hex damage, so that's 16 slashing and 8 thunder. So 20 damage total.
Alright. The magically crimson glowing elven blade bites deep into this wispy shadow material as though it were flesh. and you slash it from shoulder to hip, clean in half, as the burst of thunder from the booming blade causes the two halves to explode outward and bounce against the ceiling and the floor before dissipating entirely. It is destroyed.
Okay. And then I'm going to take 2 steps up here to block off this passageway. Right here. And I don't have a bonus action worth doing. So that is it. Actually, popping a healing potion is a bonus action, correct?
Only if you have the thief. Only if you have fast hands. Otherwise, using an item is like a full action.
Okay, never mind then. So Roscoe is done.
Alright. This other one here, it's north of Katrin, it's east of Roscoe. Katrin seems difficult to hit, but it can't get any kind of flanking on Roscoe, so it's just going to move right down there, and flanking Katrin will attack her.
So can it move through our squares like that?
It didn't, it just moved diagonally.
Okay, so we don't block that. Okay.
It does not hit her, however. Alright, well, it's Katrin's turn. She sees a whole lot of creatures around her. She doesn't... Oh, she does have flanking with Sardick on that one, so she'll attack that one.
Yeah.
Alright, because of advantage, she hits. Does 11 damage, but because her weapon is not magical, it actually only does 5. Why can't I cut him in half like you did? The dagger's
Roscoe at
not
this
working.
point is kind of like grimacing and like kind of realizing the intensity of the situation, not being as jovial as he might.
You can't even really revel in taking of life since these things aren't even alive.
Yeah. And I don't know, I guess I could revel in the taking of Midge's life? That feels bad.
Midge is the first sacrifice for the king in Hello.
Yeah, I'll just join these shadows.
Alright, Sardick, it's your turn again.
Do not fear, friends. We will get through this. I in the name of the sun, I invoke. And he's going to bring his shield up. Smite them, O wyvern jack! Destroy these things of... And he's going to cause this majestic bull, this radiant bull, to just leap out of the shield, and it's going to merrily just strike its hooves on the ground and streak toward the one that's south of the spiritual weapon, ramming it. And by the grace of Hathor, 28 radiant damage.
Holy shit.
It's actually 50. I mean, yeah, 50.
Oh, that's right, because it's vulnerable.
Alright, you can narrate what this looks like, because you just one-shot at that thing.
So this bull just comes out of the shield, and you can see it strike the ground and looks around for a second, and with this angry bellowing, it just rams forward and just charges into this one abomination shadow of Ara, and just rams it like a obscene pillar, and the whole thing just bursts away into dust, glowing dust.
That's amazing.
As if inspired by this act, the spiritual weapon will just happily trot over, and it's going to just burst out of the alcove, and it will attack the one right south as if it's charging out of its alcove, and it will forcefully blast that for 11 force damage.
Alright, it does not resist that. That does not destroy this one, but it does weaken it dramatically. As little floating bits of shadow are sort of dripping off of it and evaporating into nothingness before they can hit the floor. That one looks pretty weak now. That was a good turn. Are you done?
That's it.
Alright. The one to the west of you, Sardick, is flanking you, and it will take this opportunity to try to rip away some of your life force. But it fails hard. It doesn't even get close to you. Not your armor, your shield. You don't even have to dodge out of the way. It just sort of globs its hand out there wildly and doesn't even get close. Number 7 is dead. Midge, oh.
Nice.
Ara?
Ara is going to step up. Like, seeing that he, like, selflessly, like, attacked everything in front of him and didn't watch his back. She's just gonna sacrifice that last spell she's got left. And she is going to 1, 2, 5. Right at that same one, right behind him.
So the one closest to you, right?
Yeah.
So 3rd level magic missile.
Yes.
So that's 17 force damage. Blasts a massive hole right through the center of the thing, which the shadows seem to be trying to refill, but they're unable to, leaving it wobbly with a giant hole through it. But it still maintains its form in a general sense. But just barely.
And I just kind of scream at Sardick to watch his back.
I care not for myself. They're hurting them. I have to stop them.
And that's my turn.
Alright, this one that was just struck by the spiritual weapon is still flanking Katrin, so it will take another chance. Oh, that's terrible rolls on both, so it doesn't even get close. Roscoe.
Roscoe will step down to right here. And again, the sort of like greenish crackling thunder damage will surround his red weapon. So he has a Christmas tree right now. And I think a 25 will hit.
It certainly will.
Alright, so that is... Alright, that is 13 damage with the thunder damage halved against this one between...
Alright, the blade and the thunder disrupt a great deal of this thing's coherence. But yet, enough of a wispy shape remains to continue to fight.
Yeah, I think that's it for Roscoe.
Alright, the one that you just struck turns away from Katrin, and flanking you with the one on the other side, it attacks Roscoe now. Only gets a 14, though.
That will not hit.
Okay. You have managed to dodge away. Katrin's turn. She'll turn and attack the one that the two of you are now flanking. That'll hit. For 3 damage. Which is not enough to destroy it. But that one looks like it's on its last wisps of shadowy energy. It's almost destroyed. Sardick.
After hearing Ara tell him to watch his back, he's just going to defiantly resist that call. And he's going to go after the one that everyone's been going after between the three of them, and just with this dwarven bellow, this battle cry, and he's just going to attack it with a warhammer, trying to bring it down right.
He does have advantage, so that's a crit.
It's a crit, nice. You're attacking the one that everybody's flanking?
Yeah, the one right in the center there. He's going to ignore the one behind his back. That's meaningless.
All right, well, it takes half damage because you don't have a magical warhammer, but you did crit, and it was almost dead. So you have brought down the wrath of Hathor in the form of this hammer, the classic dwarven weapon, a weapon wielded by countless generations of your ancestors. You were taught to wield a hammer from the time you were a babe. A tiny hammer they put in your hand right after you were born. And you just blast this thing apart with pure force of your swing. And it is destroyed.
The spiritual weapon will kind of rear back for a moment before charging at the one that it's now. And it'll force itself upon it for 4.
But it's force, so it doesn't resist it. That one looks like it's very nearly destroyed as well. I think you guys are going to pull through. Most of you. Alright, this one to the west of Sardick sees you destroying its allies. And it just mindlessly keeps attacking. Ooh, crit on the first roll. Didn't need advantage. Oh, that's a lot of damage, man. Alright, so as you're distracted, destroying one of them with your hammer, turning fully your attention to it, and reveling in the power of this blow, you feel its hand enter through the small of your back and just rake upwards along your spine, and you feel the necrotic energy shoot out through your whole nervous system like a burning cold through your whole body. You take 20 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And lose an additional 4 strength.
Okay.
Ooh, that's painful. Midge, unfortunately.
Your rolls tonight have been real good.
I know.
Yeah, especially for damage. I mean, I've rolled a lot of misses too, but for damage rolls, it's been pretty bad.
For the strength drains.
Ara?
Ara being out of actual spells, she's gonna just revert to her cantrips and hope for the best. She's gonna go with what seems to work best for her as far as damage, because she gets extra damage. And she's not gonna do shit with it.
Your Ray of Frost, unfortunately, leaves a nice, icy, chilled patch on the wall. And you're gonna stay where you are?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. So this one that's over by the spiritual weapon in Katrin is going to attack Katrin again. Actually, no, it sees an opportunity. By moving here, it provokes no attacks, and it also allows it to flank.
And it doesn't want to attack the weapon?
The DM's out for blood now. He's got a taste of it and he wants more.
No, I think it really hungers for life force, and the spiritual weapon doesn't have any life force. It's just a conjuration. So, here we go, Sardick.
Okay.
Here we go.
I don't feel like he was very apologetic in that.
Well, it hits. It's not a crit. How much strength does Sardick have left?
Oh, he's got 9.
Oh, that's right, because Sardick has a lot of strength. Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bad news is your life energy is being horribly drained away, and you take 13 more necrotic damage.
That's just enough to make Sardick take a nap.
Uh-oh.
No.
And you lose 2 more points of strength. So Sardick is down. Captain's...
Don't worry about me. Just get Midge out of here. And he collapses.
Captain's like, everybody's falling! I think Midge is dead! And now Sardick's down too! Damn these things! She seems very frustrated that she doesn't have enough energy to muster up to rage. But it's Roscoe's turn.
Which of these is looking the wispiest, would you say?
They both look real bad, but the one to the east of Sardick looks a little worse.
Like on the edge of death kind of worse, or just like...
Yeah, they're both pretty much on the edge of death. You suspect you could probably kill either of them.
Trying to see if I can get them both. That's risky though. I should probably just take out one of them. If I... Actually, I don't have a way of getting flanking on either of them, do I?
Well, you could bonus action.
Oh, if I stand on
disengage and
Sardick.
then-
If I stand on Sardick, can I stand over him? Because he's not...
Yeah,
like, he's
because
down right now.
he's prone and unconscious. You can stand over him, wolf-like.
That's right.
Alright, I will like step down, looking at Sardick and he's like, the king take pity on you. And he's going to like stand over and it's like, but you have yet to fall. And he's going to turn to the one that is between him and Katrin. And not... Yeah, he'll cast Booming Blade. I don't think he's going to be able to get both. And get the damage on the...
Oh!
Of course, the one that I crit is the super wispy one, but I think it's enough, regardless of the thunder damage.
How do you want to do this?
So saying those things that he just said, I think there's going to be like some element of like this death that is coming around him from like Midge and from Sardick that he's like pulling in, and it's like inspiring him in a weird way, even though it's like his friends going down. But there's just this kind of like intensity and like dark flare around him as he's kind of like embracing this insanity more. And with that comes this more like power, and as he like jabs the rapier up through this ghost, there's this like minute of like this shadowy aura's face, like with like surprise and shock and pain before it just dissipates in front of him. And he's going to turn and look at this other one behind him.
Nice.
Sort of like watching your life flash before you.
Alright, Katrin doesn't feel very useful against these creatures. She has a couple potions of healing that you gave her, so she's gonna run over and try to start dumping one of these potions of healing down Sardick's throat.
If it makes things easier, Roscoe still had movement, so I can have him move off for how we handle Roscoe and Sardick being in the same spot.
If you want to, or you could stand over him, it doesn't matter.
If you don't mind me retroactively doing that, I think it just simplifies the two players can't occupy the same space rule a bit.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
Um,
Sardick doesn't want to wake up with Roscoe's butt in his face.
You know, there are worse butts, let's be honest. Like, Roscoe's kind of...
I have a history of actually being prone underneath like everything in battles for some.
So a potion of healing gives you back 7 hit points of healing energy floods through Sardick. And it's now your
Okay.
turn.
Sardick will kind of just lean up for a moment and just kind of cough and as his consciousness sort of comes back to him, and he realizes, okay, one of these things is gone. There's still the other one. It had only been a second, and he's just going to lay back down for a moment and cover himself with the shield of Hathor. And, Mother, give me the strength. Give me the strength to save my skin and save their skins as well. And he's going to invoke the last preserved life that he has.
Alright, who's getting what points?
Sardick's going to get a lot of these points himself. I don't know if anyone else is eligible.
No, I don't.
Oh, no more than half its hit point maximum.
Right.
So Roscoe's not under half, right?
Nope.
And neither is Katrin. And neither is Ara, I guess. So it has to all go to you.
That'll work.
Any to Midge?
Sadly,
He would try to do that if that was a thing. Like, he would...
Whatever's left.
Because
right?
I don't think he's aware that she's exactly dead yet, but...
she looks very dead. She had her strength completely drained to 0, so she's like super pale and like her flesh is all sort of sunken in and almost desiccated looking. She's very clearly a corpse at this point.
I feel like we're gonna fight Midge later as a shadow.
I feel like we're gonna bring her back, just saying.
Well, we have a time constraint with that.
We'll deal with that in a second, but...
Alright, so Sardick, you did that as your action. Are you gonna stand up?
Well, first the spiritual weapon is going to defiantly...
Actually, I think the spiritual weapon goes away when you went unconscious, right?
Well, it's not a concentration thing. I mean, the spiritual weapon continued to exist when he had 0 intelligence. I don't know if actual death banishes.
Yeah, I don't know either, so we'll say that it's still there.
Okay, so it'll defiantly stampede over, and it's going to ram this one last abomination of Shadow of Art.
Unfortunately, the spiritual weapon this time, the horns connect with nothing but air.
Okay, yeah, and Sardick will stand and turn and stare at this thing. And that's about it.
The shadow lashes out defiantly at Sardick for what is probably the last time. But does not connect with you. Your Hathor engraved shield is able to deflect its shadowy hand. And it's Ara's turn.
Ara's just gonna attempt again. The ray of hopefully better this time. So it's at 5.
Yeah, it does resist the cold damage, but it does take some, so... That one is now on the very, very precipice of fading away and being no more, but it somehow retains
Scream
enough
at it.
form.
Why won't you die?
Katrin says, I hate this room! Alright, it's Roscoe's turn.
Ara just kind of looks at everyone. Oh, never mind.
Roscoe's going to step around over to here and do his bread and butter at this point. Still feeling a little crazy. Alright, so the 24.
It's dead.
Okay.
How do you want to do this? That's the final one.
Man, I feel like I did my good one. I don't know how to upstage the last one. So yeah, he's gonna like walk around, like kind of under these horns through this thing, and this is gonna be this moment of maybe like a little bit of recognition of like the horror that is like really going on for a second in Roscoe's eyes before it gets like clouded over by this like darkness and green of like the insanity again. And he sees the opportunity for another killing blow on this thing. And he's going to just kind of like over his head with both hands with this thing slash downward through this thing, making it dissipate as well.
And it is destroyed as well.
And then
All
it's
of
going
the
to be
shadows are gone.
kind of like slow, like there's going to be like silence in the room that gets like awkwardly broken by this like little bit of like chuckling, like slow laugh that Roscoe has.
Sardick and Roscoe both get inspiration for their various narrations and roleplay during that fight. Which is convenient, because you're the only two that used inspiration. So you both have it again.
Excellent.
Alright, so Katrin runs over to Midge's body, and she's just like shaking her and looking at her. She's got a potion in her hand, but she shakes her head. She's crying, tears are running down her cheeks. She doesn't think the potion will do any good. She's dead! She's dead!
I think we need to leave. Like,
She
go
didn't
back
even
up.
bleed. 1 second. I'm gonna get some blood from the hobgoblins over there. She needs them all. Make sure she gets past safely. Or else we're gonna like start walking out this way.
What's everybody else do?
Sardick will go over there quickly as well, and he's going to give Midge a serious looking over. And I tried channeling some of my last life energy to her. It doesn't look like it. He's going to also kind of bring out the revivified gem, and he's going to look down the hallway and think to himself, and he's going to figure, okay, just running dead for the Yawning Portal just isn't going to make it in time for revivify at all, and his ability to persuade the people there to actually give help has not been well so far.
Roscoe's gonna kind of like slowly come walking back with some blood from one of the hobgoblins on his hand and start like putting the mark on her forehead.
No, she's not a trophy. Do not blaspheme the body, lad.
It's what the king said to do with the dead. We shouldn't be afraid of that. It's just what it.
Katrin's very frustrated. She's kind of like hitting Midge in the chest, like, just wake up, and she's crying, and then she looks at Roscoe. What are you doing?
I'm paying her tribute to the.
She's
What
not a
else, God?
tribute.
Is she not dead?
She's
Sardick's
not a
pace-
tribute to the king.
Well then, what is she? Because she's dead
She's
right
our-
now.
She's
and we're
our
down
dead
here.
friend, not a tribute to your psychotic king.
Well then, what would you do right now?
Leave her alone. I think we need to find a way to preserve her and leave her for now, and we need to get out of here. All of us are drained. None of us have spells.
If we're leaving her in the kingdom of the King in Yellow. She's at least going to be blessed by him.
She looks at Roscoe and says, "Shut your mouth."
No one's going to be left behind, lad. I refuse that. By all that's holy, I refuse it. I should have kept some divine magic. I should have saved a bit of it. I made a mistake. Damn it! And he's going to look down at the body, and then I can repose her, but it's going to take too long. He's going to bring the horns over, and he's going to look at them, and he's going to kind of just silently beg to his mother, and please take these sacred offerings back. Please, just give me time. I just need 10 minutes. If you can just hold time off for 10 minutes, please. I beg by all that's holy. And Sardick is going to begin the ritual of reposing.
All right.
So he's kind of, even though he's not 10th level and begging for divine intervention here, he's kind of begging for it because he's got nothing.
Can I ask out of character, does Sardick have Spare the Dying as a cantrip?
Yes, he does. Yeah, I imagine he would have tried that. That's kind of why I was suggesting, like, can she be stabilized, that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, no, I misread. Whoops, I'm thinking Gentle Repose also.
Yeah, that's Spare,
Yeah,
and that's Gentle Repose. I mean, he would definitely have gone, like, rushed over and touched her and invoked Spare the Dying, as he was looking her over, but I kind of assumed that would have no effect in this situation.
Alright, so the situation is this. You have 1 minute for Revivify. You're trying to use a 10-minute ritual, preserve the dying, or Gentle Repose, to extend the time that she could be revivified, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So ordinarily you wouldn't be able to do this because you only have 1 minute and it'll take you 10 minutes to cast the ritual. However, being moved by your role-playing, I'm willing to give you a chance. A chance. Kind of like the chance to sell a painting.
Okay.
Saito's game. I need you to make a religion check, which is sadly based on intellect.
Which he's so good at right now.
It doesn't have to be, though. Actually, the way skill checks work in this, you can base any skill check off of any attribute. They're just usually based off of a certain one. So this doesn't seem like an intelligence thing. It's really... I think it's going to be use your wisdom, but using the religion skill. So...
Now, he does have proficiency in religion, so would that proficiency apply? I have proficiency in insight, which is wisdom, so that would be a +6 kind of thing, or perception.
Yeah, it's functionally going to be the same as if you were using perception.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll it.
Okay. Sardick will attempt to... He's going to kind of put a hand toward the spiritual weapon, and he's going to kind of attempt to transmute the residual divine energy into it to hasten the effects of gentle reposing.
It succeeds. You manage... You feel the will of Hathor responding to your fervent pleas. And the ritual for this one instance only takes 30 seconds to perform instead of 10 minutes, allowing you to get the gentle repose off on Midge before she passes the time limit. However, Some of your own life force had to go into this. Such a desperate plea you made. Hathor responded to your urgency and your willingness to sacrifice, and took some of your very own life essence to do it.
Sardick gladly offers this.
Permanently lose 1 hit die.
Okay. Is that off of the hit point maximum as well, or just as a functional hit die restoration thing?
Just as a functional hit die restoration thing. It doesn't change your actual hit points. So you will always have 1 hit die less than your level.
Okay.
But Midge is saved. I mean, she's still dead, but now you've got 10 days to revivify her.
She's still
plenty of time.
She's still dead. I should probably finish
No,
marking.
you shouldn't. You shouldn't.
The king is going to be very upset with
I don't
her
care
if
what
we
your
don't-
king does. You're not marking her as a tribute to your king.
She's not a tribute. I'm making sure.
No.
that-
No. You go mark another forehead of the goblins.
Why would you want that for Midge? This is.
Why are you... Because we're bringing her back.
She looks pretty dead to me.
Patron
We're bringing
just
her
looks
back.
at Sardick hopefully. Are you going to be able to save her?
I think so, lass. It took a lot out of me, but I don't care. I don't give a damn. I think it worked. I think my plea was heard. Just distract him for me a little bit, if you would. I'll do the rest. It's all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. And Sardick's going to quietly kind of get up from his kneeling position after having sung the quick hymn of gentle repose, and he's going to take Midge up gently and kind of put her on his back, just like he did with the noble corpse. And he's going to just start walking up along the walls and along the ceiling, and he's just going to kind of trundle his way back over toward the starting area as the rest of the team wards off Roscoe.
Well, I mean, if you're picking her up and carrying her away, then... Unless he's gonna follow you to do this.
I mean, I'm figuring along the ceiling he's going to have a little bit of difficulty doing that.
Roscoe's gonna like hold his finger up, like evaluating how long his finger is and whether it can reach, and then just kind of like shake his head like a head loss.
So right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Roscoe is down some strength, right?
Roscoe
Or
only
not?
got hit by magic missiles, no
Okay.
strength stat.
So Ara's down 2 strength, Midge is down, what,
Ara's
like
down
8?
4 strength.
But by the time Midge wakes up, she probably won't be anymore. Sardick's down 8 and Katrin's down 2.
Yeah.
Hey Saito, good to see you. Yeah,
Ara's
Midge
down 4. She has
died
4 strength right now.
from strength
Her
drain.
strength was cut in half.
Ironically, the only person who lost strength last time was the only person who didn't lose strength this time.
No, because you're losing your mind, so that makes up for it.
That's true, I'm losing other things.
So that turned out
Um,
pretty brutal.
That was
Well,
a brutal
before-
fight.
That was...
Before we entirely leave this hallway, Roscoe's going to go to the other illusion things. This can be like after everyone's left if nobody wants to be around. And he's going to look and see if those other illusion mirrors are just similar to the one that he reached through.
Katrin's gonna pick up any items that Midge may have dropped when she died and just carry those along behind Sardick. So you're checking out the other 2 illusory mirrors, you said?
Yeah, and because we have some more time, I'm going to check for traps too before... So if I can see through them, I'll see what it is, but I'll also check for traps before interacting with them.
Okay, go ahead and make 2 different investigation checks then. Wow. Yeah, there's no traps.
Okay.
Okay, so behind one of them, You found a mysterious potion. Did you write that down?
I haven't yet, but I will start writing these down now.
Behind one of them is a black velvet mask, stitched with silver thread. You think it's worth about 25 gold, but it's not magical. I'm assuming you use detect magic again or whatever.
It should still be up. I think it's 10 minutes.
Behind the other one, you find a bronze mask shaped in the visage of Halaster. And that seems to be worth about 50 gold to your trained eye, and also not magical.
Okay.
And that's all that's there. The 2 masks and the potion.
Alright, so with that, I'll start following the rest of the group.
Alright. So I assume everybody's just kind of like heading for the exit at this point?
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, well a fun surprise is waiting for you.
More shades.
Oh, nice.
Alright. As you approach, you go through the hall with all of the bas-relief demon carvings on the walls. The 2 secret doors are both closed, because I think you guys said you had closed them before. And you go through the hallway just past that, and then you run straight into a wall, which was not there before. A wall which appears to be made out of hardened blood. And on that wall is inscribed a circle with a symbol in it. A symbol you do not recognize. A symbol you have never seen.
Sardick will glower at it and go, oh, more elvish jibber jabber. Do I really have to go around the long way?
Just out of curiosity, is detect magic pinging anything with either the symbol or the wall?
Yes, yes it is. And it is abjuration magic. You guys can put yourselves where you want, but at the moment, it doesn't really matter where you're standing, but you guys can decide where you are as you're examining this. Katrin was kind of following Sardick, who was dragging Midge.
Roscoe theoretically would be getting in behind other people because I think they left.
Yeah, we left the crazy guy.
So what do? Katrin says, what? Are you serious? Why?
Why don't we try to go the other way and around? We found that other entrance, or at least that area where we can get in.
And you hear a booming voice echoing from the walls. A recognizable voice. You were warned! Told to leave! If you will not go, then you will stay here forever! And it is clearly the voice of Halaster. So does anybody go up and lick the wall or anything?
Roscoe's not there yet. Don't tempt me.
The most noble of cows.
I kind of just don't want to provoke anything at this point. Like, I have no magic left. I'm down half my strength. Like, I just want to go somewhere and curl up into a ball and fall.
Under normal circumstances, I'd try just bashing through this thing, but if there's things behind it, I don't have any strength left, in more ways than one.
Roscoe's gonna kind of like walk up and point. It's like, oh, it's also quite magical. I don't think this is exactly what it appears to be.
So how close are you gonna get to it, Roscoe?
Oh man, you're tempting me now. He's probably not gonna like. Man, now you're making me want to get really close to it. I wasn't planning on getting close to it, so Roscoe will not get close to it.
Maybe we should sit down a little bit and kind of contemplate this over, just for a moment.
Maybe we should go to a room where we can actually barricade ourselves in.
I guess we could do the sewer room. It seems a bit fitting for Midge, does it not?
I was talking more like the room over here. The
That's
door.
certainly an option. I guess it's easier to get out with the weird voices, but you know, voices are quite familiar to me.
By the way, when the last of the shadows died, since you still had detect magic on, you could see that the 8 mirrors from whence they came had a very faint, muted sort of illusionary magic still to them, but the shadow magic in the mirrors seemed to have been gone.
Okay, so if I were to come back, would I recognize like the quantity of the aura difference, right? Like if it was back to full aura?
Yeah,
Or is
you
that not-
recognize it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, look, if you think you can bring her back, we should probably rest, right? No reason to press on in any way that's potentially risky. As much as I would like to get back upstairs, it looks like it's not in Helaster's plan for.
At least not right this minute, and I really don't want to provoke anything that's going to cause us to fight more right now.
Katrin looks
Indeed.
very frustrated, and she starts moving toward the wall with her dagger out.
Catcher, no. Please.
Does anybody else do or say anything?
Catherine, that's magic meant to keep you out.
You might want to rethink this, lass. I think with a little bit of just taking a moment and letting your mind kind of go over this, I think it might help.
It's in our way. Maybe I can cut through it.
No, I don't think that you can. I think that we should just barricade ourselves in that room. We can put the stand up against one door and take watches against the other door, and all of us just need to rest. I think we all need to rest, and we can reconvene in our thought process as soon as we're all rested. And I kind of like, I give her like this imploring look, like, I have no magic left.
Alright, make a persuasion check.
Alright.
It is a treacherous wall, Saito.
Open.
You see 2 gems embedded in the treacherous wall. What do you do? Alright, Katrin looks convinced. She says, okay, I'll leave it alone.
And I'll start moving towards this door. Over
All right.
here.
So you guys are all going back into the room where you found the sword?
Yeah, Sardick will follow.
I kind of feel like the only threat we really have to worry about is maybe the whispers, and I mean we're all kind of mental at this point.
My only thought was there's a legitimate noticeable door right here that goblins know about for sure, and we have 8 hours here. The one to the south, at least we can watch just a single door that is hidden.
Yeah, but who's to say there's not something in there again?
Yeah, that's fair.
Remember, there are a pair of holes in that door to the south that look out through the eyes of one of the demon carvings that allow you to observe the southern hallway.
Oh, so we can see into the hallway with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If somebody's right up against the wall looking through those holes, yeah.
Alright, I think this is as good as we're gonna get.
Yeah, I would suggest us trying to push this over to this door.
Yeah. I don't really have anything else to barricade with. Maybe like a tent.
The rack is pretty heavy. Who's going to try pushing it? Everybody's going to do strength.
Well, Sardick will use his iron spikes to kind of hammer one of the doors shut again, like he did last.
Which door? The one on the west or the one to the south?
I guess the one to the south, because he can pull those back out.
The doors open into the room, correct? You said that before.
Yeah, they do.
I was just kind of remembering that because I think Sardick was trying to like barricade the door with his body. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Roscoe technically has 10 pythons. I guess you could kind of use those. I'll have these for climbing. I don't know why I brought them down here. But maybe you could use these as spikes as well.
Yeah, I think those will work in a pinch. Excellent here. Just hand those over, lad, and...
You're never getting them back now.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with giving you all 10 of my pythons.
Excellent, excellent. These are good. These are just like the spikes I have here. This will work in a jiffy. And he's just gonna, break out his mason tools kit and just start hammering away. And, just with a bit of a dwarven shanty, he's gonna go ahead and seal up all the doors.
Saito said you could throw Midge into the wall and see what happens. I mean, just because she's a noise doesn't end her usefulness. She's already dead.
I mean, she did say whatever happens, happens.
Are you guys trying to move that rack against one of the doors too, or not?
I am physically not attempting. I can barely hold my back.
If someone were to still mention it after he bolted the doors, he would go ahead and try and do that.
Roscoe could help.
Katrin will try to help. She's still feeling pretty strong.
It's a pretty big thing. We can kind of all get around it, except for Ara,
Yeah.
I guess.
So where are you
Ara's
putting
like
it?
walking and spotting everyone like she's gonna catch somebody if they fall.
Roscoe, like,
tip. Oh yeah, bend at the knees, don't bend at the back.
All right,
So
on
over there
three,
by that
left.
western door.
Yes.
And you're making fast both doors with spikes as well?
Yeah.
Alright, so you managed to do this.
And now we're in a death trap, guys.
oh yeah, we're not going to be able to get out ourselves. He spiked us in too good.
Now the poison gas comes through the vents.
Yes!
Oh no, last time we spiked it the
Everybody reroll characters. Start over.
Oh, quick, we leveled up. Does anyone have a class feature that makes it so they don't have to...
So the what?
Not quite.
Rerolling air genasi. No more poison.
I want to play a game. We're no longer in combat, so the combat music can stop.
We're still in intensity, so I think it's fair.
Alright. Katrin looks exhausted. She's like, I don't feel good. So, if we rest, you'll be able to fix Midge?
Yes, I'm confident I was. That was the quickest repose I could possibly pull off that would actually stabilize.
Well, good job. Thank you, Sardick.
You're welcome. I'm just glad that the nurturing mother gave me the strength to do it.
Alright, so Katrin's gonna like go put her stuff in the corner and kind of like curl up on top of it in a little ball. It looks like she's used to sleeping in weird positions like this with her stuff, like not in a bed, but on like a hard floor.
Are we doing this in shifts of 1 or 2?
I could take the last 2 shifts.
I guess I don't get particularly much from my rest, so I can take the first one.
Are we short resting or long resting?
Long resting, I think.
Ah, okay.
I mean, I think we need a long rest, so whether we're doing that now or...
Yeah, we definitely could do a long rest.
I'm just not feeling very tired. Just got a lot of energy right.
So you begin resting. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Roscoe, take first watch.
So what are you doing on your watch? Are you looking out those eye holes, or?
Every once in a while I will. Once it seems like everyone's like good and asleep, Roscoe's gonna like stand over Midge and be like, "Oh, you know, I thought this was gonna get a lot better when we were talking the first time. I don't get how this could have happened so fast. We were doing so well, and now they don't even want you to have a good rest." He's gonna like look over at Ara, who's trancing right now, and he's gonna like pull out a knife and be like, "I guess I have some blood that I can use for this." And he's gonna like make a little cut on his finger and then put the sigil on Midge's forehead. There, the king will watch over your rest now. And then he's gonna sort of like go back to like looking out the.
What did you just do to her? Katrin's like watching you from her laying position.
Wait, I was waiting until people were asleep. I guess I did talk out loud. What?
Oh, if you waited till people were asleep.
Yeah. Because Roscoe's on first watch. He was kind of like doing some watch for a while, and then like
He was more waiting for Ara to fall into her trance, though.
He's gonna like finish all of them and be like, "Don't worry, we'll fix this somehow, some way."
All right. Well, ordinarily I would say it's been an hour. You guys can take the benefits of a short rest, and then find out more in depth of who's going to take what watches and stuff. But in this case, I'm just going to make it simple and say that the extended rest happens without any incident. Everybody can regain everything that you would normally regain.
Until Ara literally attacks Roscoe.
Nice.
Ara comes out of it and like she goes over to like check on Midge and there's this like mark on her forehead and she's like, "You son of a bitch."
Roscoe's probably asleep. Like, Ara might have had like the third watch, so Roscoe's like asleep right now.
Yeah, whenever Katrin gets up and has her watch, she like cleans the mark off of Midge's forehead.
Nice.
So would we say that she took like second watch or something? So like Ara never even saw it?
Yeah, Ara never even saw it.
Yeah, because Ara's concept is that he put those marks on all of the enemies we killed. So she she is not comfortable at all with that mark being on like our ally's head.
And Roscoe's listening to the voices.
Ice time.
I guess another question is, do we level up with the long rest?
Yes, everybody levels up, including Midge.
Yay!
Yay!
That Midge gets the level up!
She just wakes up and is like, why do I know more spells?
So, can I just tell you, I'm glad that the Gentle Repose, like, took, because, like, I from my recollection of Shadows, she would have become one.
Sardick is the MVP. Thank you very much for doing that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
most
you lost a
welcome.
hit dice.
That is a small price to pay.
Yeah, so everybody can go ahead and do your level up to level 7. And then you can let me know what kind of cool stuff you got.
Do we want to take like a quick break while we do the level up and then finish that and then we can come back?
Yeah, certainly. You know, we can take like 15 minutes here or whatever. I assume it won't take you longer than that.
But one thing, is Sardick aware that Roscoe has not Devil's Sight, but is able to kind of detect magic?
It depends, like, 'cause, like, your intelligence might be low, but, like, your wisdom's still there, and Roscoe's, like...
I mean, like, did he kind of mention it and say, oh, yeah, you know, blah, blah,
Ara
blah, blah,
brought it
blah,
up,
and he would kind of...
I don't, because the thing is, in the way that I view all this stuff happening to Roscoe is he doesn't really see it as anything different than what's already happening. It's just kind of, like, folding into reality for him, and that doesn't, like, change for him. But Ara did at one point mention, like, were you just casting a spell there? And, like, about the detect magic, and he's been talking about magic auras on things. So, I would imagine that you know at this point.
Okay.
Whether that's gonna last through this long rest, I haven't quite decided, but...
Alright, so you get the average amount for your hit points, whatever's listed there on your class. It's actually your average for the die rounded up, is how it works.
Oh.
Katrin has 90 hit points now.
And we regain half our hit dice on a long rest?
Yep.
With Sardick having lost 1, he had 1 before, so that would drop him to 0, so he'd regain to 3? Or would it be like 1 off his max, so 1 to 4?
I'm not sure. What does it say exactly? What page is that on? Oh, here it is. Okay, so you get all your hit points, and you get a number of dice equal to half the character's total number of them. But then this is errated or something, apparently.
It's, you receive half of the expended hit dice rounded up. So if you use 3, you get 2 back.
half the total number of them, not half the number you've used. So your total number of hit dice is 7, unless you're Sardick, in which case your total number of hit dice is now 6. So
Right.
you'd get 3 back. Sardick would get 3 back.
He had one that he didn't use, though. Is the one that's unused the one that's taken away? So he had 0 at that moment, or would he have 1 and just say that the max was reduced?
Yeah, the one that was taken away was the one that was unused. So
Okay,
you have 3 now out of
okay,
6.
that works.
Let's see. What do I have to do for Katrin here? She's taking a 3rd level of Rogue. Roscoe's doing Warlock. He might be on a little break. Roguish archetype. So now, Katrin has fast hands. She can now drink a potion as a bonus action. And her sneak attack went up, so she might be able to do a little more damage. "90 hit points. That's ridiculous. Because she has an 18 con, and she has the tough feat. Plus, 4 of these, her hit dice are d12s, because she's a barbarian. Alright, so she's good to go with her level up. Oh, 7th level. Everybody just hit a new tier of spells. So that's a big power jump. Yeah, you guys just hit another tier of spells at 7th level, so that's a nice power jump.
Yeah, I just hit another tier of spells at 3rd level. That's a nice power jump.
You wrote down all those items you found in the Hall of Mirrors?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm assuming that since Midge was dead, that she doesn't get the benefits of a long rest, right?
Let's see, what does
You
it say under
were
Revivify?
rusty.
Revivify just brings you back with 1 hit point.
Can we simplify? I don't know how much you're keeping track of time, but if it would mean that Midge could get a long rest, could we say that we revived her or revivified her when we could, and then kept resting until?
Yeah, there's nothing to say you guys can't take 2 long rests in a row. One to get
Let's
her back,
just
and then
live
another one.
here.
Yeah, I would much rather Midge be at full than worry about 8 hours of
Being
extra.
super uneven.
Is
But-
there some?
One thing I will tell you is that, well, we'll get to this, I guess, when you officially get resurrected. I mean, I'm assuming that after you guys are done resting and you get your spells back, you're pretty much going to do it right away, or?
Oh yeah, as soon as Sardick has the strength, he will go ahead and do that.
And that will burn that diamond that you have.
It will.
Aren't you guys glad you invested in that, though?
Heck
Yeah.
yes. It was
Because-
worth not getting extra healing potions, I guess.
It's real expensive to get Raise Dead cast by Wild upstairs.
I have a question for the party. So, which do we care about more? Roscoe being able to basically indefinitely cast Detect Magic, or Roscoe being able to, whenever healing is rolled on him, get full healing from the dice? Because we could basically have more efficient healing utility as a group, or we could have Detect Magic spam as a group. And both are pretty good, so I figured I would throw that one out there.
My advice is Detect Magic. There's a whole lot of magic
Yeah.
stuff to detect in here.
I'm kind
I
of
will say
leaning
that-
toward that.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was basically agreeing. I'm kind of leaning toward that, and also, being disciple of life, there is bonuses on top of Sardick's normal healing anyway.
I have had Detect Magic prepared, but I can only cast it. I can either use a spell slot or do it ritually, which would have taken like 10 minutes.
Yeah, actually, I'll just keep Elder Sight and just use that to prepare something else, and Roscoe could just kind of keep having that.
Wait, so are you holding on to Detect Magic or no?
Yeah, I'll do that. It sounds like a better idea. Like, part of me was like, Roscoe needs a little bit more defenses, but I'm going to get a little bit of that anyway. And I think we do have enough, like, healing sources. I think having the Detect Magic to, like, have that utility and not get ourselves into as crappier situations might be more useful.
So, I get my strength back, right?
Everybody gets all their strength back, yes.
Hey Josiah, I have a little familiar thing. Do we want to make a separate character sheet for that?
How do you want to do it?
Because it has different stats that can be rolled, it would be a little bit more convenient if you could just sort of have a second character sheet that's under my control, and I don't mind just kind of popping that up and doing. Is there anything else that you're implying with how do you?
Anything else what?
Is there something else that you mean by it?
No, not exactly. What kind of familiar are you going to have?
Right now it is an imp. But as we said before, changing it from fiend to aberration is just more.
Yeah, it's definitely an aberration. It's like, it's not literally an imp. It's a
Yeah.
weird aberrant creature. It just has the stats of an imp.
Alright, sounds good. And are you good with what we were talking about before as far as like the thematically stuff with my shadow?
Yeah, well, I'll let you role play it out here in a second.
All right, sounds good.
So, as you guys are finishing the first rest, and you're feeling much stronger from your experiences, your brush with death, or in Midge's case, actual death. What are you guys doing as you sort of come out of this rest? If you want to have anything special happen with your familiar sort of appearing, go ahead and narrate that for us.
I'm still typing stuff into my character sheet, and because Roscoe took first watch, she would sleep a little bit longer, so I'll let other people go first.
And I assume, like, if Sardick didn't, like, if he wasn't woken up for a watch, he would wake up and revive Midge as soon as he was capable of doing so.
Alright, so go ahead and tell us how that looks.
Alright, so Sardick kind of comes to, and he pulls out the one diamond from his pack, and he kind of stares into it for a bit, and he looks at Midge, and he stares back, and well, I guess this is the time. I've never really done this before. He kind of thinks to himself as he, speaks out loud even with it, that I've never done this before, but I must. I trust in you, Mother. You've helped me so far. I please just give me the strength just to bring her back to life. And he's just going to kind of start intoning the hymn, and he's just going to, he'll be singing. Live, wake up, and let the cloak of life cling to your bones, cling to your bones. Wake up, wake up. And during this, he's thinking of Midge, and he's also thinking of someone else in his head. And finally, on the second intoning of that, he triggers enough emotional strength that tears start to come out of his eyes, and they drip down, and they get pulled into the diamond itself, and the tears strike the diamond and start to melt it, and it turns the color of milk. And finally, just waving this melting, milky diamond over Midge, the milk of life drips upon her, and just with a single touch upon the forehead, he instills life unto her once again.
Nice. Katrin's watching with wide eyes, tears in her eyes as she's like gripping her shield tightly, hoping that it works. Alright, Midge, you feel yourself being pulled back from this infinite blackness that you were in. You don't have any idea how much time has passed. To you, it seems like only a moment has passed, as your soul had begun its journey, but was actually kept back in the body by the gentle repose ritual. So you were just sort of in an infinite void of nothingness, feeling nothing, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. But then you feel yourself coming back into your body, and you can hear the singing and the prayers of Sardick. And your eyes fly open, and a breath of air is sucked into your lungs as you are returned to life, laying on the floor in this room with everybody just kind of like watching you.
I have a very important question.
I have an answer.
By the end of this rest, passed, and including, I guess, the battle that went so well, would you say 9 hours have passed?
Actually, it doesn't matter. It's gone anyway, because I was going to say that because you died, it's
Oh,
gone.
it's like a reset, a madness reset.
Yeah, so if Sardick dies, his madness will go away too.
If Roscoe dies, it might also.
Oh, true. Wait, would that reset my madness, or would that increase my madness?
In your case, it would be up to you, but these other madnesses will go away if you actually die. So, you wake up and all of that paranoia is gone. You remember feeling it, but now it just seems completely irrational to you. Because it's obvious these people are your allies. And you know that Sardick just did something to bring you back from that place of blackness.
So then, yeah, with that, and I imagine Sardick is like looking over Midge.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's the tears are still in his eyes as he's finished doing this, and I don't know if she's come back with one life or one hit point or not. But if so, he would immediately, the preservation of life, and bring her back at least a half.
If that's the case, then yeah, she like gasps so hard, like she practically chokes on the air, and then is like looking straight up at Sardick. Sardick, you beautiful. Why are you? And she's gonna like stand up and just like hug him like real hard. And for a moment, she's just like sputtering, like not even able to put anything to words. And I think for a moment, like for a good few seconds, she's just like hugging Sardick real tight.
Yeah, Sardick is, he's regaining his breath, as he's kind of used it in all of this exertion, and he's hugging her back fiercely as well and going, "You're welcome. You're back. Never do that again. Never do. I can't even do that again if I needed to. But I'm just glad you're back. I'm glad you made it. It was a rough one."
Katrin has tears streaming down her face. She runs over and throws her arms around both of you. It worked! It worked! She's hugging them both now.
Midge is gonna look over Sardick's shoulder, and if she can like make eye contact with Aura, kind of like wave her over, like a bring it in sort of gesture.
Aura would get up and Aura would get up and like run over. Like she kind of feels like Midge might actually be normal and back to like who she was the first like 5 hours that she knew her. So like she's like, yes. She's like, and Roscoe wanted to give you as tribute to his crazy king, and she's hugging.
What are you talking about?
It sounds like I missed a lot, but I should say to everybody here that I'm really sorry. I don't know why. I don't know what had gotten into me, but I was thinking things and doing things that were really unfair to you all, and if I did anything to hurt anybody, I apologize. I didn't mean to, and I just don't know what got into me.
Oh, you're forgiven, Les. You're forgiven. Yeah. Always and completely forgiven.
Yeah, we've all gone a little mad down here. Well, you guys have.
I'm just sorry, though. I can't do that again. I only had the one diamond. I won't be able to bring anyone else back without another one.
So we can't die again until we go back up to the surface eventually to buy more diamond.
It's a deal, man. We won't die until we can get another diamond.
I feel like I need to apologize a little bit also. In that fight when Midge died, instead of fighting, went and thought I could shut it off, and everything just went very downhill there. I'm sorry, I wasn't better for all of you.
It's all right, lad. Just learn from it. Just look around you. This right here. This is the bounty of faith. Must never lose faith, because you can always come back. You're never truly alone, lad. We're never truly alone here. We have each other.
Ara would look at him and be like, "Come on, Roscoe," and like, "Come on, join this
Bring
group
it
hug.
in.
Bring it
He's
in.
gonna be like,
Let's
he's not
go."
gonna say it. Whoever wants to get this is gonna be like, I'm not good at touching people. It's like what's gonna be like in his head. But I can only project it to one of you. So, but yes, he will join the big group hug.
Yeah, we're all gonna kind of ignore it, even if we did hear it. I think. Like,
Weirder things have happened.
this is a group hug. This is a group hug moment, and you used to tell me you were a fraidy cat. So things change.
Katrin says, "No more dying, okay? Let's just make a rule."
Yes.
What's the consequence? What's the consequence for breaking the rule? Death.
Yeah.
Well, right now the consequence is, yeah, no diamond. So I guess we need to find another one of those.
The consequence is you get the mark of the king on your forehead.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I said the consequence is you get the mark of the king on your forehead, apparently.
Yeah, whatever
Midge just
elvish
starts
king
touching
you're
his
babbling
forehead.
about.
Wait, what? Okay. I guess I deserve that.
All I'm saying is if I die, do not mark my forehead.
Roscoe's gonna have this moment where he was like smiling, and he's gonna like stop and like think back, and be like, "Oh, yeah,
Wait,
okay."
Do you not really realize that you did that, or?
I mean, I do now. Yeah.
She kind of like pats him on the shoulder and she's like, "You'll be okay. I think this place is making you crazier than it should."
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned. Well,
Katrin says, "How do you feel, Midge? Are you okay? I'm sorry I couldn't help you."
I feel a lot better than I have in quite a few days, or a day, I guess. And from what I can remember, I mean, everybody did the best that they could. We were warned that this place was dangerous and that people often don't come back from here. So I guess now we really know what we're up against.
Well, you were dead when we attempted to go back up. We were blockaded by a wall of blood. And Halaster basically said if we didn't take his warning and leave when we were told to, now we're gonna stay here forever.
Well, that presents some new problems, I suppose.
Katrin says, "But what about that secret door we found that led back into the place?"
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go.
can I? Sorry, pause for a second, because one of the things I was gonna have Roscoe do would actually be relevant. If you wouldn't mind me getting to that. If
Yeah, go
you'd
ahead.
rather not, then it's fine. But at some point during the long rest, whenever the Pact of the Chain would have been invoked for Roscoe, some part of his shadow just kind of, like with whatever light we have in here, some part of his shadow just kind of like, almost like blebs off, it like swells out and then kind of like pulls a chunk of his shadow off of itself, and starts kind of, oh, but we're locked in, so it couldn't anyway. Never mind, I take that back. All that stuff did happen, but it can't go anywhere. Sorry for pausing us. we may
So what is Roscoe's reaction to this happening?
I don't think he's noticed at this point. Like, he just, like, because the thing is, I think he's aware that he's got this connection with some portion of his shadow that has blebbed off, and he, like can tell where it is and knows things about it and whatnot, but, again, all of this sort of stuff is just kind of blending into reality for him, and that is just, like, another thing that's there compared to things. So I don't think he's really reacted to it so much yet, as just been like, yep, that's normal.
I'm gonna try something. If I add a character...
And it's also invisible right now, so, like, really, unless anyone's actively trying to look for it, only Roscoe can sense it.
Are you trying to make a sheet for his thingy?
Yeah, now, I've made it as an NPC, but I've given Will control over it. So, Will, can you go in there and modify that stuff?
Yeah, I can fill that out.
Alright, cool. So that's your familiar. You can modify that however is appropriate. Give it a name, whatever. So did everybody else see this happen, or can they see it, or is it invisible?
So it's technically invisible right now, but the way that I see it is that its invisibility is basically just being a portion of my shadow that is dissociated from my shadow. So, like, there might be, like, a weird shadow sitting somewhere, because, like, technically you can still perceive things that are invisible, it's just at disadvantage, right? So, like, there are ways that people could have noticed it, and if they were, like, if someone thinks that they would have wanted to see that, then I'm not opposed to someone seeing it. It's just, like, in my head now, at some point, a part of, like, Roscoe's shadow is capable of, like, going off and doing things. And then if it takes physical form, it's pretty gross and imp-looking. But while it's invisible, it's basically just a shadow that's detached from Roscoe's self, I guess.
Alright, so I think the way we'll do it is you will roleplay your familiar as though it were a second character of your own, rather than me roleplaying it as though it were an NPC.
Sounds good to me.
Unless that's not how you want to do it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm going to say that Katrin didn't notice at this time. So what's everybody else doing now in the wake of... So Midge, you have not gained the benefits of a long rest, unfortunately. So you're still feeling pretty lousy. And you're low on spells and everything else.
Oop, let me reset everything then.
I think we should continue resting until Midge feels better.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. If you guys choose to just do another rest, then that'll be fine. But if you don't, then Midge hasn't rested yet.
This is just a really long group hug.
Nice.
8 hours long.
I like kind of like it, so then like I think that like Roscoe should feel how uncomfortable everybody else's feels.
Oh, well, to be fair, if we do take another long rest, Roscoe does heal some more sanity. So, if you all want a more sane Roscoe, there's another benefit to that.
Oh, you are healing. Okay, great. If we are going to take another long rest, then I'm going to cast Goodberry first with my whatever like first level spell slot I had. And now we have food also.
Is anybody else casting any more spells between the two rests? Or if you were going to change what you have prepared, you can as well.
Okay. Are we going to be able to get the benefits of the second rest?
Yeah. Wait. No, I guess you're not, actually. You can't benefit from more than one in a 24-hour period. So the only person who gains the benefits of the second rest is Midge.
Okay.
I mean, we could always like downtime, like if people have like kits or anything.
Yeah, I mean, you've got hours to kill. You could do whatever you want during those hours. Oh, so you're passing out 2 berries to everyone?
Yep. And since they provide enough nourishment to sustain like a creature for a day, it's like you get a meal now, and then before you go to bed or whatever, like you can have another meal.
Okay, it's been long enough now that the original good berries you gave out are no longer good.
Yeah,
But
I
these
figured
good
those are
berries are
probably
good.
pretty bad.
I actually think I ate mine.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, Sardick ate his.
Yeah, he ate his like first thing. Yeah,
So
and
Catherine eats
likewise.
one of the berries. Says,
Yeah, likewise, Sardick will take one of these and go ahead and down.
This berry is really good, Catherine says.
Yeah, it's good for you too. Midge like watching everybody eat theirs, and then she says, they're a kind of a delicacy in the sewer.
We're all like,
kind of only grow down there.
Ross is like,
Yeah, like what you find in like a mine and such. Yeah, they're very good. You can taste the earthiness of them. It's really quite nutritious. You can taste the minerals.
There's kind of a gritty texture to it, but it's not bad once you get used to it.
Catherine's unfazed by the sewer comment. She's just chewing away at the good berry, looking happy. She seems to be trying to decide whether she wants to just eat the other one right now or save it. She finally decides to save it.
Is Roscoe's familiar, so a tiny creature small enough to go up the vents that the voices have been coming?
No. The vents are too small for even a tiny creature. Your familiar would have to be able to, like, go into gaseous form or something.
Okay, so he's just gonna be, like, chilling in a corner, like, maybe, like, telepathically talking with me every once in a while, and Roscoe's just kind of, like, nodding and be like, oh, that's a good...
So, you can find a piece of art that you want to use to represent your familiar and give it to me, and I'll make a token.
Alright, sounds good.
By the way, Midge, I did put the tokens for those animals into Roll20, so if you ever need to use them, they're ready to go.
Hooray. So, funny thing is, had Midge not been straight up killed, she was gonna wild shape into a bear. But the fun thing is, as of now, no one in the group has yet to see her wild shape.
I'm just gonna play with my little dragon, my little wand.
Roscoe is going to be reading from a book that he bought a long time ago, but basically just like information about
Sardick will go ahead and take a short rest, though, and he'll regain that lost channel divinity.
Okay. So Catherine's just kind of pacing around the room. She keeps looking at Midge and Sardick and smiling. She looks through the window, the eye holes. She listens at the door. She sits back down. She looks kind of restless, but also pleased. I'm so glad we're all alive. Again. Hey, Sin, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yes, it's a most excellent thing.
Midge's ugly snoring in a corner.
Ugly snoring.
wow, so this down here is quite real.
Most definitely. I don't quite know what I was expecting, but I don't think I was quite expecting all of this.
Now, I'm reading from this book. I thought I came down here knowing what to expect. I thought I had it. I thought I knew it was in the Undermountain. I thought we were ready for this. This is a lot. I mean,
Does it tell you to expect the unexpected?
That was in the first. That was actually before the first paragraph, actually.
Okay.
But
It's
Is that
like
the title
literally
of the book?
on the cover. It's on the cover.
That's the title. Expect the unexpected in Undermountain.
Okay, you have me there. I don't know. I don't know how the book is organized, but like in the time here, do I gather any more information about this like first floor area, or not really?
Not really.
Sounds good.
So I'm gonna pose a question to everybody that's awake, because nobody else saw the salt line but me. So I'm gonna ask if anybody knows what the salt means. Like, and I'll tell them like it was like a straight, like unbroken
Good night,
line
Sato.
on the floor. Does anybody know what that means?
Salt, was there like some venison or such? They were like rolling it in? I know that they like preserve food.
No, it was just there, in a line.
Would Roscoe be able to roll for this? Because he's not particularly religious.
Anybody can make a religion check if they want to. Yeah, you guys don't know.
I think it's, probably one of like the defenses down here, like when you get a cut and then they kind of like hope that you kind of fall down and like they push you into the salt, so it makes it sting and burn more and it just makes the wound even worse. I think that's probably what they were trying.
Oh, and it could dehydrate you too or something.
Yeah,
just kind of
exactly.
cringes at this.
They're like, if anybody runs through here with bare feet and cuts on their feet, they're gonna rue the day.
And don't just step over it.
Yeah. It's best defense system ever.
Nice.
Rub salt in the wound. It's actually an unknown spell.
I also read historical treaties about people putting salt on the ground to make sure crops couldn't grow. Maybe they're trying not to have.
I think weeds are their lesser issue. I kind of get the feeling it has something to do with something, but I don't know. I'm not very religious myself, but it was just neatly there in a line.
That is a bit weird. I don't think we should go through that mirror room ever again. Oh, I didn't tell you. I did find some kind of pretty masks here, though.
Ooh.
This
Katrin's
black mask
like,
is...
could crops really grow through the stone of the floor?
Probably
She's like dead
not.
serious as she's looking at you.
Katrin, I really didn't think so. But some maybe could.
Well, wait a second. Yeah, they can, because when we were fighting all those goblins down there and I was, walking over there, I saw these vines just come up, just come right up, and they had spikes on them and everything, but they were definitely...
I think that might have been our friend causing that, but it did happen, so it is true that plants could grow up to the floor. Food for thought.
I'm betting that anything that grows up through here is not something we either A, want to eat, harvest, or toy with.
Yeah, but I mean, probably if that whole pillar room was salted, then the plants couldn't go up through it.
Probably not. Ara just kind of shrugged. She's like, well, we didn't really get anywhere with that. I guess
true.
we'll figure it out.
Well, it does give us some use. It means that if we come across another line of salt, it might be that hallway. We can't say for sure, but it might help us re-navigate to it.
True. So are we gonna attempt to just go south in the pillar room instead of through the Hall of Mirrors again?
I think straight south. My original idea was to try and see if some of the other mirrors would shut off whatever was causing that summoning, but given that we've seen it twice now, I think it could just keep happening.
Yeah, I'd rather not take the chance with those pretend auras again.
Katrin says, I don't ever want to have to fight those shadow things again. They're terrible. They're the
True,
worst.
but if we have Midge go first, they might all die in that hole. Alright, too soon. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, we're not gonna sacrifice me.
I guess I do want to say that I really do appreciate having you all around. And I know I've been acting a little bit weird. I don't really understand everything that's happening. I'm feeling a little bit more calm after having slept for a while. I really don't know what's going on, and I'm...
It's perfectly alright. This is a kind of place that, really tests your resolve and, really challenges your mettle. But, I find if you, in trying times like these, if you just expose your faith, you find a way to get...
I would like to just say, out of character, I think it's hilarious and funny that we're okay with walking through the pillar room, which is where we fight most of everything, but we don't want to go through the Hall of Mirrors again.
We have been crushing it in the pillar room, I'm just saying.
In the pillar room.
Yeah, the Hall of Mirrors
also,
turned
it's
out to be
kind
the
of
deadliest
unavoidable.
room for you so far. Yeah, it is kind of unavoidable. It's like the central crossroads here, so...
Also, what is up with that blood wall thing? Hallister, we heard his voice. Do you think it's...
Probably not. I'm sure that his tricks and games probably all require him to concentrate on some level. I know that I have magic that needs to be concentrated on, and I know that my magic doesn't last for long periods of time, so I'm betting that at some point that wall will fall.
That's fair. Well, then I guess the question, we could wrap around and try and get back up if we want to. We've rested. I'm feeling quite good right now. Do we have much of a reason to go back?
We do have some stuff to sell, and
This is
some
true.
stuff to get rid of that probably won't last much longer if we don't bring it back soon.
Yeah, we could try to salt those tentacles and those barbs. Maybe that would help.
If we just open the door, I could go check and see if it goes.
I'm up for it. I'll go to check with you.
Oh, we can stay here and I can just check.
I think we should probably... Yeah, we might... Yeah,
oh yeah, no, I'm just saying we can all stay here and I can go check.
Okay, you keep...
Wait, what do you mean?
Okay.
So I personally will. I'm saying I can send my
I know what
familiar.
he means.
Yeah.
I know what he means. Midge doesn't know what you mean. Midge was asleep when your
Oh,
chat
yeah.
was doing stuff.
I was explaining out of character, but it's pretty safe in here, so we should just stay here and I can go check.
I think that we should stay at least in pairs.
No, all five of us will stay here. Let's just open the door. I'll go check.
How can you check if you stay here?
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's go ahead, Roscoe. Show us what you mean.
Sardick, would you mind helping me undo these doors? You did a number on...
Are you gonna move that big-ass rack out from there again, or...?
Ara's gonna suggest something real quick. If we keep one door barricaded, it's one less door we have to worry about if we need to come back to this room.
Which one would we like to barricade?
If we just come in and out of the secret door, maybe most things don't know it's there. Because remember, it was really hard to see from the other side.
True,
Yeah.
the goblins knew it was here, but it would be harder to see than the other door. So I do think if we're choosing a door, this
Yeah, if we keep this one up here barricaded and we enter through this one, at least then, like, we know we have somewhat of a semi-safe place to hide if we need to, if we're back in this area again. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I should take those spikes out, though, before we go. They've been proven really useful. I'd hate to part with them.
she puts her hand on Sardick's shoulder and she goes, Sardick, we'll get them when we're going back up, but we should probably leave them there for now because I think that they're keeping that door safely closed.
Oh. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, well,
I mean,
yeah, if we come back for him.
You're the hero of the day. You know that? You're the hero of the day.
Well, this is true.
I got those pythons in school. I don't fancy just. I mean, do they need?
She looks at Roscoe and glares.
Okay. They can say.
like Sardick, you've done such a great job, and like bringing back Midge and barricading that door. I think that door should just stay that way, and I think that for now they're in their best possible position. They're still yours, and we will make sure we get them back.
Wait,
But
what did
they're
he use?
He used his spikes. He used his spikes, and then he used the pythons that Roscoe gave him. But we'll take the ones from this door.
Roscoe has picked a lock or something before in front of Katrin, right?
You know, we've definitely used the lockpicking skill as the harvesting. I don't know if Roscoe's had to pick a.
I think he tried to pick the lock going south into the entry room, the bucket room, all of that, and then started thaumaturged it. I don't know if there was another one he picked.
Oh, you're
Okay,
right.
so the one time that we needed a door opened, I think Midge cast something and it opened the door instantly.
That was Sardick, but
Oh,
that would have had to
okay.
have been an unlocked door. I think I just couldn't find the trigger for it with invest. I don't know if Roscoe's actually used.
Yeah.
He's used his thieves' tools proficiency, but I don't think he's picked.
But she would
Okay.
know what the thieves' tools look like, wouldn't she? She'd have a set of her own.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't just have them sitting out in plain view,
No, but
like,
when he-
hey, here's my thieves' tools, everybody.
He used the tools when he took the barbs off the grell. That's what was pulled out and decided that would be best to use so that they didn't get damaged.
Also, when we were
Ah.
talking about what assets we brought to the group, Roscoe did mention that he could pick a lock. I don't know if Katrin was there.
I don't think she
Okay.
was.
Well,
I mean, I think that she would be pretty aware that he had thieves' tools. Like, she would recognize them because he did pull them out and he was like, I have these. Maybe these will work when we were talking about the grells.
oh, okay. She says, I think we should leave that one door as barricaded up as possible so that if we have to run back to this room and take cover in here, we won't have to worry about it at the time, right?
That's exactly my thought.
And we all know how to open the secret door, correct?
Yes.
But what do
Yeah,
you
true.
think-
Yeah.
What if we could make the door to the south? What if we could make it so that somebody else can't open it? Like after we leave here,
We could hide the trigger.
yeah, we could try to rig something up, maybe. Because she
Or at least
pulls
that
out
way we
she
could
pulls
bring-
out her thieves' tools and she says me and she says to Roscoe, I know you have some of these too. Maybe together we could just kind of rig up the door so nobody else could open it.
Sure, it's worth a shot, for sure.
Or we could also try to just rig something up so that, like, it's unnoticeable to someone that opens it, but we would know if the room door got opened. So to, like, tape on the door, gets ripped, it's been opened.
That's true.
I have some chalk that we could put on the floor, and theoretically moving the door would displace the chalk a bit. We could see a smudge mark.
Oh, yeah, that's probably like why they did the salt thing.
Maybe.
Here, and then Roscoe's gonna, like, draw some lines on the floor in chalk so that because the in order to be a secret door, it would have to be like flush with the ground, right?
It is, yes.
So if this chalk line gets displaced, then we think somebody has opened the door. And you know what? We're gonna have to open the door. We'll just open it really, really thinly so we can just slip through and just displace the chalk.
But the door opens in.
Or just put the chalk on the part where the latch is, even though it would show you where the latch kind of was, and then you could see that like hands have been on it, because it would wipe the chalk away.
Well, are we trying to make it so that people can't get in here, or just know whether people have been in?
I think it's a little bit of both. Or, I mean, even if we put, like, a mark, like, if we put a mark on the floor, like, we're kind of going to question it, I think.
If we put the mark on the inside, though, someone would have to open the door from the outside. The door would displace the chalk, and we'd see smudge marks when we walked in. We wouldn't know before opening the door, but we would have to open the door again. Yeah.
I think
Oh,
maybe...
Let's rig it.
Yeah.
Let's just rig it.
Let's forget to blow.
But we're definitely going to have to make sure that one of you two are with us in the front when we come, if we have to come back, so...
I can run pretty fast. I
Keep
can
that in
probably
mind.
get ahead if we need to.
Inara will kind of, like think that she's going to be strong enough to actually start pulling, like, the pythons and the spikes out, but she kind of looks back and goes, some help, please?
Sardick's was trying to follow the conversation, just like shaking his head, and like he was about to suggest like he could just stand outside and like brace the door, and then they could just the rest of the party could yell at them when he needs healing, and he could just like run all the way across the dungeon. But yeah, he'll cure that and just go over to the door. And I'll let me get these, and he'll start go ahead and pulling them out, and I got six spikes. I thought I had more. I thought I had a dozen, but
You have some in
maybe
the other
not.
door.
Oh yeah.
And we'll get them back for you, I promise.
Oh, right. We're gonna come back and get them. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll open this, and yeah, that works.
Let me ask you
She
guys
just
something.
pats him on the shoulder again. You did such a good job.
Oh, thank you. It was my honor. Thank you. And he'll be completely distracted and go on.
Yeah, good job, Sardick. Katrin says. So let me ask you guys something. Did anybody's armor class or perception go up from your level?
No.
Don't think so.
Nope.
Okay. So Katrin just goes out in the hallway. Starts looking around.
Have we finished Midge's long?
Yeah, Midge's long rest is done, so everybody is good to go.
Let's head out.
Wait, yeah, so is our plan we're all leaving this room, but Roscoe's gonna do something to check that blood wall.
I think we were all supposed to stay in the room, but none of us really wanted to.
I know we got sidetracked.
No
I thought
one
we were going to do
understood
it
what
while
he
we were resting.
Yeah, no one kind of understood what he was talking about, that we would all stay and he would somehow still check, so we were all like, huh?
Yeah, I feel like Sardick got completely confused and is just like, oh yeah, I'm opening the door, we're going through the door, yay. You know.
Alright, yeah, we can just all go together.
Well, no, you can still do your thing, and we can wait here.
You're saying that you have a way to check without actually going anywhere?
I mean, I can kind of project my sight into... Just give me a second, okay? I'm just going to go check and see if that other secret door is blocked off by blood or not. Okay.
Oh, right, like divine clairvoyance, yeah. I don't make much use of the stuff myself, but I do know some in the faith that do.
I mean, it's just.
Yeah,
it's
if,
just.
if Roscoe describes it as like, like moving his sight or like using his sight in some way, Midge nods here and is like, oh yeah, no, why didn't you just say magic?
Well, it's just. It's not like a spell or anything. Oh, okay. Look, I'm just gonna do it. Okay. And then like a sort of like the similar like bleb off of Roscoe's shadow is gonna kind of like pop up and like go like there's gonna be like that little instantaneous second where you can see that happen, and it's gonna start like flying off and sort of around the long way towards where that secret door was, like all the way back up and around here. And Roscoe's just like, hang on just a second, and just kind of like using his familiar's sight, see if basically any part of the path to the other entrance of the well is blocked off.
Alright, so as soon as some part of your shadow moves, Katrin's gonna freak out, whip her dagger out, watch out, shadows! And she comes over and she just stabs at your shadow.
Nice.
Which is obviously, she doesn't hit anything, it's just open air at that point, but...
So Roscoe's senses are in his familiar right now, so he's gonna like respond the other way, because like the way that his senses are coming from is this way, so his body is gonna like turn that way and be like, what, where? He's gonna like turn that way, and kind of be a bit disoriented and be like, oh.
I saw your shadow move. I saw something happen. There was... Did you guys see it?
No. Now she's like eyeing Roscoe, like, what is going on?
At this point, the familiar is just like already going.
I don't know. I don't think he did it yet. You need to have like some incense, or at least have a holy symbol or something that you kind of call upon, and you use hymns for Hathor's.
I look at Katrin and I'm like, what did you just see?
I saw his shadow move, like in a way that was not normal.
Like, moved when he wasn't moving, moved in a weird direction, got bigger.
Well, I don't know. It was just movement. But it wasn't right. Do you know what happened, Roscoe?
So Roscoe's senses are like there, so he's just kind of like zonked out right now and can't hear any of this because he's like using the familiar senses as it's trying. So he's just kind of like standing there kind of blankly.
Alright, well, your familiar heads down the hallway and doesn't see anything, gets to that secret door, and it appears to just be closed. And
can my familiar unlock?
There's no blood wall or anything.
Can he like flip the latch or whatever it is to open it and just see if it opens up?
Yeah, he can, and as he does so, as he touches it, something happens.
Uh-oh.
Now we get to draw from a deck that we haven't drawn from yet.
Poor little familiar. It lived so long.
I don't know where the decks are. Where are the decks?
They're in the macros. The 3 lines.
All right.
Selection.
We can draw from the Elder Runes deck.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy, I'm glad we're not right there.
That's very large.
Also, it's affected by the shadows for some reason.
Yeah, it's on the...
Well, hold on. Let me just... How is it do you show the things to the person? Control Z or Shift Z or something?
It looks like it's literally on the map layer because it's being affected by...
Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, that's it.
Alright, so... Roll, It doesn't matter what kind of die, really. Just call even or odd and roll a die. Well.
Okay. Let's go even.
It's odd. So this rune pops up, and it looks like what you see on the... hold on, let me just make this handout. Okay, so now there's a handout under the Elder Runes deck handouts, so you guys can look at it. But that rune flares into life on the secret door, and it negatively impacts your imp, your familiar, with the Bane effect.
Oh.
For the next 24 hours, your familiar can't gain advantage.
Poor
Oh.
little feller. Did he successfully open the door?
And no, the door did not open.
Oh, poor buddy. Roscoe's gonna after a second of what might have looked just like a sort of stupor, coma, seizure, whatever. Thinking, oh, the door's there. There's nothing stopping it, but it didn't open. And a weird rune popped up or something, and I don't know.
Katrin says, "How do you know this? Oh, you cast some kind of
Told you.
spell,
No, I just went and checked.
but you can try to open the door from here. What?" She looks really confused.
I mean, y'all did you not see it? There's just, it has a name, but its name doesn't really translate into common very well.
Another elvish name, of course.
Yeah, but it's been here, and I just kind of asked it to check, but didn't really ask. It's not like I talked to it. I just checked with it. Y'all didn't see it. And
You know what I
don't-
think you need? And I think you're the most educated out of all of us, is a better way to explain yourself.
You're not wrong.
Ours, I know.
Katrin says, "Honestly, Roscoe, it always feels like there's things you're not telling us."
Yeah. I'm totally with Katrin on this one.
Wait, hold on, you all can't do this too. I mean, it's not that I'm doing anything weird. This is just.
Well, why don't you explain what you just did?
Yeah,
I
feel
told
like
you.
we're missing some details, some crucial details.
Yeah, I feel like you keep leaving out crucial details.
Look, since we slept, there has been a thing that has been with us and following us. I thought you all just saw it, and I pretty much asked it to check, but
What's the
ask
thing?
it doesn't have an. So Roscoe will kind of project into Ara's head, basically in a language that just does not make any sense, a word that is this thing's name, and be like, that.
What kind of language was it?
It's not really a language so much as just these kind of weird alien noises.
Oh, okay.
Out of character, would it be like deep speech?
Me out of character, Will is being the whole idea of the sort of incomprehensible to people who aren't going crazy.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically the information conveyance of the far realm itself. It's not actually deep speech. Deep speech is like a filtered version of this that's comprehensible to mortal minds.
Ooh.
This is something beyond deep speech that really doesn't make any kind of rational sense. It would literally be unpronounceable. Your brain wouldn't even be able to know how to say it unless you were being taken over by some sort of entity that was using your mouth to pronounce it.
So, Ara hearing this, Ara's mouth just kind of, opens, and she's like, ah. And then she thinks for a second, and she looks back at him and says, why don't you try to explain it in human? What is this thing that is following us that's been here to you?
Catherine looks
Maybe-
very nervous. She's fingering her dagger.
Maybe it's the-
Yeah, because we
the
remember
shadow
when
that
your
catches-
book attacked us all.
Yeah, like we don't want another.
I do remember that. I don't know what in blazes you're talking about now, but I remember that.
So Roscoe's gonna like think for a second about like what kind of controls and commands he might be able to give to this entity, and be like, and he like snaps his finger, and nothing like happens immediately. And he's like, it's there, and he's like, oh wait, and then he like pauses for a second, and then kind of asks it to like reveal itself and like drop the invisibility. And this kind of like shadowy form that resembles an imp in form, like all of the shape of an imp, I guess, for out of character description purposes, resembles an imp, but it's kind of like this corporeal shadow of an imp that has like solid form. It just kind of like blends into the darkness, and like is a physical thing.
So basically, just an imp version of what we just fought is what we're looking at.
I guess you're not wrong, but the thing is, as far as like mechanics, this thing isn't technically like shade material. Like it is technically like a solid mass that is there. The way that I'm sort of describing its invisibility is that it's a shadow when it's invisible.
You might want to rethink that.
I made this decision before all of this drama happened.
When this thing materializes and becomes visible, Katrin screams and throws a dagger at it immediately.
I mean, it's friendly. Does she actually like attack it?
Yeah. I don't know what its armor class is.
13.
Alright, she misses.
It kind of like scampers up onto Roscoe's shoulder. He's like, it's look, and it like disappears again. And it's like when it disappears, it's not that it's like gone; it's that it kind of like melds back into Roscoe's shadow. It's really, it's been here, and I can sense it, and I thought you all might be able to sense it too. But I think it's another one of those things that the book is doing that's messing with my head, and I can just see and know and feel more.
I think it's time to burn that book.
One of those things killed Midge.
Well, this is quite different.
Now you're friends with it?
This is not the same thing.
Was that one of those brain biting things? One of those things that
Brain
you kill a bone. Barking all over the place.
No, it wasn't one of those, and it's not one of. So it's got that sort of feel of the Far Realms, I guess. So it's of similar origin, but like it's friendly to us. It's here to help us. I don't see why we're so afraid of it. It hasn't attacked us, and it went and scouted a door for us. And in a way, it was me doing that too. So I don't know how to explain it.
How do you know it won't attack us?
I'm talking to
You
it.
have control of it? Are you sure?
I mean, it's quite friendly, and it's done everything I've asked so far.
You do understand our trust issues at this point, right?
Okay, well, you walked in front of a door, and versions of you attacked us, and no one's telling us that your yous aren't acceptable.
Well, it wasn't like I stood there and controlled them.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I did tell her to stop that.
I think that's the issue we have. I'm a big fan of creepy, crawly things and things that look a little weird, but I think the fact that this is something made of shadow that you are currently controlling is a little disconcerting.
Is this an intervention? I am not crazy.
Well, how do you know you won't lose control?
Yeah, and start going buck wild and collecting bodies and marking their foreheads and, going crazy.
You did
You're
make
now-
a pile of bodies over there.
Like a proud display. And then tried to add Midge to that pile.
I didn't try to drag her
Wait,
into the
what?
pile. She wasn't a trophy. It felt like
You called her a tribute.
Wait, what?
I didn't call her a tribute. I said that
She looks at
I did
Katrin
not-
and Sardick and says, "What did I tell him when he said he was going to do it? He was muttering, calling her the king's tribute."
I know you put some kind of weird symbol on her head while she was dead because I cleaned it off.
What?
On my watch.
No, that was in the Hall of Mirrors. That was before I grabbed her and I walked along the ceiling and got us in the room.
No,
and
she said while we were sleeping.
I will. I'm laughing too hard to roleplay Roscoe right now.
She like points at Roscoe and her eyes like narrow and she's like, she is our friend.
I
And
know.
you did that behind my back, in front of my face while I was in a trance.
I know she's our friend.
And just to make this worse, my little dragon that like really just hasn't been around yet flies over and nips you. It doesn't hurt or anything, but it's like, and she's mad at you, and then it flies back over to me.
There's like a little shadow like hiss from like over Roscoe's shoulder at that.
And you said this creature is from the far realms, lad.
What are the far realms? You mean like Cormier or something?
Look, it's part of a reality. It's part of our reality. It's that stuff that I can see now, and I guess you'll need a filter to see or something.
Can we just define our reality versus yours?
It's a terrible place. It's where they took him. It's where they took the Blessed Mother's son when they captured him. It's terrible. He's stuck there for all eternity, but always dying, always reborn, always living, but never truly free.
Midge is gonna like instinctively reach out and like put a hand on Sardick's shoulder, and then she's looking not angrily, but like just very intently at Ross.
There's a lot of distrust on this side of the room right now.
I don't think it's your fault, Roscoe. I just think you're messing with things that none of us understand. Like that book. Like that book seems to be evil, and I don't know.
It's not evil. It's quite neutral to our concepts of morality because it doesn't really care about our concepts of morality.
It psychically attacked people, and then things crawled out of it and tried to kill it. Yeah, that's not evil at all.
Well, none of us are blaming these. I guess we are blaming the mirror room as being evil.
She points at herself. She goes, I'm neutral. I am Switzerland. I am in the middle.
I have proficiency in neutrality.
I have
nice.
Neutrality, yes. She's like, I am like the in between. Like, the like lack of moral compass doesn't make you neutral.
No, it's that it's just as likely to do a good thing as an evil thing. It doesn't see it in that way. There's no good or evil to it. There just is. And there are things that happen and things that don't happen. This thing, and he kind of like gestures towards like over his shoulder, is a thing that happened, and it's a thing that's real, and it's a thing that I can control, and it can help us, and it can make us not die. That's what we want,
question,
right? We want to not die.
If it gets out of hand and we kill you, does it die?
Do you really want to kill me? I mean, that is
my question. If it gets out of control,
well, what do you define as out of control?
If it starts harming one of us, or does something that doesn't help us, since you're saying it
harms one of us, and you all think that I am not on your side.
Sardick's just rubbing his head as he hears this talk of killing another person in the party, and just no killing, no nothing like that. We've dealt with that today.
She looks at.
I can't bring anyone else back, but I'm just saying. Speaking of that, I channeled some really strong divine magic today. It's to my limits, even I have to admit. And now you say this thing is here. And as I just said, it took Hathor's son away. This creature's from the far realms. Now that I've revealed myself and channeled all this divine magic, and suddenly that thing is here, do you not possibly think that it's come to take me away and the rest of us away to this hole of abominations?
Roscoe's gonna like pause for a second, and his like eyebrows are still gonna be like intonating as if he was like talking. And like shrug his shoulder and be like, I mean, I just asked it. It doesn't say that's what.
Well, make a persuasion check. Okay, that's pretty good. Katrin says, alright, look, I believe you, Roscoe, but just promise us you're going to be really careful when you're messing with these things. These weird magics that you have. Just be careful, right?
I'll be careful, but can I at least say we got really close to dying multiple times since we've been down here. And I don't want to be the same weak person that started out down here. And this is a way that I can help protect us.
Ara
Because-
just kind of looks at you with... Sorry, go ahead.
I know that was in character, so if you wanted to have Ara do something.
Oh, well, Ara looks at you before you could finish, and like she's got tears in her eyes, and she's like, I don't know what you have to go back to up there, but I have something. And if anything hinders that, I'm going for self-preservation over anything else.
Our friend here just... Okay, my friend here just scouted ahead for us at no cost to you. And something happened, there was a sigil that went off. And it took that for us, so that we did not have to deal with that. I know I have no way of justifying this to you, or showing you that. But it didn't have to. It's here, I don't know really what or why, but it's here. And it can keep you out of danger. And it has already kept you out of danger, if we were to go up there.
Katrin says, fine, in that case, send it over there and see if it can get through the blood wall. Or what happens when it touches the blood wall.
Gatcha's like, let's just get rid of it.
Roscoe's gonna like kind of again like look like he's in conversation with someone, like maybe even like say a couple words out loud, and then a portion of his shadow is kind of gonna like blub off again. This like still invisible this time, not in its form. And like once that shadowing blood thing is there, there's like no sign of it. And it's going to go off and attempt to touch the wall. And Roscoe will be kind of looking through its eyes when it does.
Alright. Another draw from the Elder Runes deck.
Dude, this imp is just...
Maybe it'll get a boon this time. Maybe it'll get swole.
It's this one turns it evil and it's gonna come back and attack us, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
and then I'm gonna like jump on him and like start strangling him and being like, I told you!
This is why Roscoe took their invisibility spell. I'm out.
Okay, hold on. So this symbol appears. And glows brightly red on the rune wall, on the blood wall. So roll another die and call even or odd before you roll.
Alright, we're going evens, because clearly that's how statistics...
Okay, go ahead.
Statistics.
So, it actually blesses your familiar with a boon that when it hits with an attack, it can turn it into a critical hit once, after which the effect ends.
I really wish this was on Roscoe. Just gonna
I
go
hate
ahead
that
and
the
say it.
pain effects last for 24 hours, but the boon's like a
I
one-time.
was just looking at that. Like the
That's a really strong boon.
use.
Well, nothing's stopping you from reaching up, running up and slapping your hand on that bad boy yourself.
Oh, but it is. The bane effect is definitely stopping me.
We also made an agreement not to die, and I feel like that is
Running up to a blood wall might be, breaking that promise.
Alright, I am marking its thing. That doesn't have a timer either, does it? Because it's just until you use it.
There might be a general purpose. Let me look at the thing where it just talks about the runes in general.
Okay, because my dude's crits are really not impressive, so like I don't know when I'll use that. Well, while you look that up, yeah, he went and touched it, and it was another one of those weird rune things. This time I think it helped him. It
Yeah,
certainly
it
did
lasts
nothing through.
basically forever until used.
Oh. Well, he has a crit in his pocket for 2d4 instead of 1d4 damage.
For the most crucial moment.
Exactly.
When Roscoe says that, Midge she's like just like rubbing her temples and finally says, what you're asking us to do is take quite a leap of faith and trust that you'll be able to continue
Control the unknown.
Right.
Okay, how about this? Katrin has a shield or some wife or something that has continuously taken over ourselves and made us do God knows what. Aura, you have, I don't know.
Well,
You had
Roscoe,
a weird
hold on.
baby incident.
I'm not finished. You're asking us to take a leap of faith and trust that your trust in these objects that you have and this shadow thing will end up being helpful. And from what it's like, it may be devoid of intent, but the world that it's currently residing in, our world, certainly isn't. There's both good and evil among us, and I think being down here, that much is clear. But if everybody else is willing to continue on with the work that we have to do down here, then I think I can overlook whatever potential dangers there might be and just trust that ultimately we'll be able to succeed in what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Midge. Appreciate it.
Katrin says, he says he'd be careful. I believe him. But, Roscoe, if that book does something and one of us gets killed, I'm going to take it away from you.
I think that's fair.
Roscoe smiles and like now that things are lighting up a little bit, it's like, what if it gets you next? I'm just kidding. Just don't read it.
Too
Unless you
soon.
want to. Look. Thank you for your trust. Sardick? What are you?
Our kind of like tallies up everything that's gone on. Like, okay, so I walked through the wall, the Hall of Mirrors, and a bunch of shadows came out looking like me. People might think I have something to do with that. Obviously, I didn't, and I fought with them. I didn't try to control them. But at the same time, Roscoe has gone a little batty. He did save Sardick, but then his book attacked us, and then he tried to mark Midge, and now he's got the shadow thing. She looks at him and she goes, giving you this trust now. Please do not let us down.
So he's gonna kind of like turn his eyes to Sardick and be quiet for a sec.
Sardick will put a hand on Midge's shoulder and kind of turn to her fully and say, a leap of faith, you're saying, lass. All right, yes, a leap of faith that I always have faith that will never fail me. No, this isn't Hathor's plans. Maybe this thing can be used somehow to even bring the Wyvern Jack himself back. Yes, I have faith. Most definitely, yes.
Can we do another one of those big group hug things?
we circle up.
Damn it, you're pushing your luck, lad, but fine, get over here.
As long as
And
your
Sardick will
shadow
go-
thing isn't in the hug.
Yes. We're not
how
quite
about
there
this?
yet.
No shadow
Roscoe's
hugs.
gonna like stop for a second and like talk to it, and then there's gonna be sort of like a poof, and there's gonna be like a raven that appears on his shoulder, Is this a little bit more pleasing?
That brings me back to Ravenloft, so no.
He snaps again
Yes.
at the toad. I don't remember all the things it can turn into.
And what did you say its name was again?
Oh, Roscoe's gonna like this time project the like incomprehensible syllables into Sardick's head. We'll have to come up with a better nickname for it that we can refer to it as.
So it looks like a visible raven right now, right?
Yes.
Katrin says, yeah, that's actually much better. Much better.
Yeah.
Good. It's going to turn invisible now. But if it is ever... Actually, no, we're hugging first. And the raven kind of sort of swoops down like a little ways away and kind of like cocks its head as everyone is like staring there.
Alright, so everybody gets into this hug?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Alright.
Then we all get hit with a fireball.
Roscoe like pulls back and there's a dagger in each of your stomachs and he turns invisible and... Just kidding.
Halaster shows up. There's no hugging in my dungeon! Meteor storm!
Nice.
Nah, you guys are good.
But
All
after that, Sardick will look at this raven creature and, recalling what he just heard in his mind, he'll thaumaturge the actual name out and see if it actually responds.
That is a Josiah question. Does thaumaturgy adequately recreate those?
I would
It's
say... Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Even with thaumaturgy, you are simply unable to create the sound.
We'll have to come up with a better name for it. I'll think about it.
I probably should have tripled my voice on that, but... Oh wait, no, I wasn't speaking. Well, maybe. I don't know.
It kind of hurts your brain when you hear it.
Yeah, let's not use its name. That's probably for the best.
I didn't hear anything.
It makes me think of this weird elvish play that I heard told to me once. It's... I don't know, I tuned it out and I just focused on my faith and I got through.
Oh, was it that high school musical one?
Ara kind of looks at him and goes, my brother was in that one.
Ah, yes, the Drow Theater.
Drow School Musical.
Nice. So, what are we gonna do now? Says Katrin.
I don't think we're going through that hall again.
Good idea.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Unless we have to.
Head south, right?
Unless we think that the barbs and tentacles won't hang around for much longer.
Oh. Actually, yeah, that is a good question. Josiah, how long do we have on the Grell?
Because you correctly prepared them according to the instructions, they're good for quite a while. At least a week.
Okay, so...
Okay.
Alright, so they're not gonna, go bad in my bag or anything?
Oh, so they're reposed, basically.
Yeah, we'll say 10 days.
Okay.
So, we know that to the south of that Hall of Mirrors was where the Xanathar's Guild outpost was.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think... I mean, I guess we don't know, but are we going to try to reach it from the south instead? Maybe it, comes around and...
Or we could try the Hall of Mirrors, but stick together this. So then that way, if you have to cast Moonbeam...
I mean, we have an unexplored path south. Part of me just wants to avoid that hallway and hope it loops.
I think it's worth at least checking to see if it loops, and if it doesn't, we don't have to go too far down before we make our way back up.
Fair enough.
Katrin says, I hate that hallway. We should
Me too.
not go that way.
Me
I think.
too.
Still, I think if we had to go through that, I think I at least would be able to fare even better this time and keep harm at bay. And speaking of which, and Sardick's going to kind of, bring everyone in and, with a dwarven arm, and he's just going to sort of put his arms around and give a little bit of a ruffling of hair and such, and say, by the way, just to remind you, just that Hathor loves you. She really loves you. And he's going to invoke the powers of aid, and he's going to grant an extra 15 current and maximum health to Roscoe, Ara, and Midge for 8 hours.
Nice.
So good.
Thank you.
The lady, the nurturing mother, she loves you. You will not fall again.
Very nice. How many did you... 15 to who?
15 to Roscoe, Ara, and Midge. Sardick figures that, well, A, he wouldn't use it on himself because there's more important targets to use, and he knows Katrin's even beefier than he is, so he wouldn't have her as be one of the...
Wow, good idea. That's a big hit point boost.
That's almost half of my hit points.
He did just give us AIDS, though. Oh, wait, what?
Nice.
Boo.
AIDS, the gift that keeps on giving. So, I like that it lasts 8 hours and you don't even have to concentrate on it.
Mm-hmm.
So now what do you guys do?
We head south.
The
Yeah,
raven kind of like flaps up to Roscoe's shoulder and then sort of like sinks back into his shadow.
I'll make the proper token for your familiar before the next session, but for now there's...
Yeah, don't worry about it for now. I'm going to keep looking for a picture. That's the one that I found so far, but I'm not sure. I'm going to stick with...
You can move that little thing I just put out there, though, right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So if you need to put your familiar somewhere specific, you can use that for now.
For now, he's just, as far as like mechanics go, going to be invisible and sitting on my shoulder. But
Okay. Katrin says, so we're going south from the pillar room?
Yep.
But on the wall it says... On the wall, it says, certain death this way, and it's pointing that way. That doesn't sound good.
Well, I mean, technically we weren't warned with the certain death for the Hall of Mirrors, and we really only have 2 ways.
I think the directions might be a little off. Maybe they meant to point the other way.
Yeah, so it's either the Hall of Mirrors or we go south to certain death.
At least it's certain, whereas the other one had been quite uncertain.
And with these elvish runes, you can never really tell what direction they point anyway.
At this point, Midge just thinks it's Sardick's quirk to call everything in Elvish rune or Elvish language. She's like, oh, that's just dwarves, I guess.
Yeah, because you guys, I don't know who was actually observing this, but even when Dernan handed him a menu that was clearly
Yes.
in Dwarven.
In Dwarvish, yeah, he didn't. He thought it was
said
Elvish.
it was Elven. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because a lot of the different languages use different writing, different letters, I would say you guys can typically recognize what language something is in many cases, even if you don't know that language. Like, you don't know what it says, but when you see Elven writing or Dwarven writing or Draconic writing or whatever, you know that's what it is, even if you don't know what it means.
Mm.
Well, it depends on you can decide if your character just wouldn't know that, but just a typical person growing up in this world would at least be able to recognize the different types of writing. So, tell me what you're doing.
I guess we're heading off.
All right.
And
Who's
Yeah.
going?
walking.
Who's going? What's your marching order looking like?
I want to be in the middle.
Sardick will take the lead.
Midge will be right behind Sardick then.
All right, Roscoe
Okay.
can wait. Aurora wanted to be in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, Roscoe will be in the back then. I guess.
So Ara will be
I don't
like there between Katrin and Roscoe, or
Yeah.
on top
well,
of
I guess
Midge?
Midge, yeah. I'm hovering over Midge now.
I'll carry her like Piggy.
Woo! I mean, I'm small enough.
Oh, but I don't have a lot of strength either, so I don't think that'll work out well.
All right, 1 second.
Do we want the familiar ahead scouting?
I mean, that honestly, like, I would think that you would probably just do that without even saying anything to us to kind of,
Yeah.
just because
So-
we're probably all still kind of like at odds, and then later you could be like, well, you know, they went ahead and they were keeping an eye out, and like you can kind of use that against us later when we're like, we still don't trust this thing.
That's true. Be like, well, it let us know ahead of time of a thing.
True.
So
So
the benefits of
six.
it staying on me is I have magic resistance when it's on me versus when it's out. We have eyes and ears, so it can stay basically like about 100 feet ahead of me, and we have eyes. So
All right, what's the perception on your familiar?
Only +1. Yeah, passive perception's 11.
Does it have dark vision?
Yes, and it also has Devil's Sight.
Oh, it has Devil Sight too. That's very nice. All right. Well, you can see there's a very long hallway going south. So if it's 100 feet ahead of you, I think it's still in that hallway. But as you start heading down the stairs south out of the pillar room, Katrin and Sardick are in the front, and they don't notice. But as they step off the stairs onto the floor of the hallway, suddenly the floor goes out from underneath them. And Midge was just a little bit too far back to notice this in time to warn them. So, both Midge and... not Midge, both Sardick and Katrin are going to fall into a pit.
Does the floor come completely out, or is it like a pit that's sort of concealed?
Well, it's a pit that's concealed, but the floor like swings open
Would
rapidly.
certain special boots hold on to the wall?
No, you have to be deliberately using them with the spider climbing. Otherwise, you'd be sticking to the floor when you walk.
Oh, that's true.
So if you don't have that like specifically on, then I would say it's not on.
Okay.
So, yeah. Katrin and Sardick falling into a pit. It turns out to be a 30-foot deep pit. And,
Is there time to kind of take the warhammer and, like, brace it up against, like, try to use it like a grappling hook in a sense?
not really, because you're surprised by this. So if it was a combat encounter, you would essentially be... This would be happening on the surprise round.
Gotcha, okay.
Because neither of you had high enough perception to have any sort of advance warning. So you fall 30 feet down into a pit that has stone spikes at the bottom. I'll just do 1 damage roll to apply to both of you. Wow. So you take a bunch of bludgeoning damage and a bunch of piercing damage from the spikes. That was a good roll on the spikes. So both of you take 26 damage, and you're now down in this pit.
Katrin, are you alright?
And everybody else is just kind of there on the stairs still. So Katrin screams, "Ah! What happened?" She's like partially impaled on spikes, and so are you.
Barzul, I swear, sometimes it doesn't pay to get off the ship. I think the floor gave out from under me. I tried jumping or something, but my feet just wouldn't hold.
She's looking around the bottom of the pit, which is now illuminated because of her shield. Is everybody up okay up there?
From where we're standing, we can see that this was like a trap, right?
Yes.
Like it looks clearly like a trap to us. Okay.
Clearly.
I have some rope. We can try and help you back up.
It's all right. Just stay there and relax. I'll get us out of this. And Sardick's gonna go ahead and just focus on standing up, basically, and sort of wrench himself free.
Yeah, Katrin's kind of trying to stand up and extricate herself from these spikes.
Can we tie a rope around that pillar behind us and then lower it down to help them up?
Well, also, if they're both standing, Sardick will look over at Katrin and go, if you please, I think I can get us out of this. And he'll go ahead and hoist Katrin upon his back.
So she says, okay, I think I could climb out of here pretty easy, but if you want to just carry me up with your magic wall clinging thing, that's fine.
Well, if you'd prefer just to sort of rip your way out, but I think my way might be a bit smoother. And yeah, Sardick will go ahead.
Which side of the pit are you climbing out?
He's going to climb right up along the wall, so it would be like right above him. It's not to go over to any particular side, but he's kind of figuring that, like, whatever way the pit is opening, like, there's going to be a flush wall somewhere, so he'll walk up that.
Okay.
If that makes sense, like how a box opens like 2 ways or something, and just so that there's a way to go up. So I'm assuming that way is probably just right straight up along the one existing wall, so it would still be in that space, but high.
Well, if you're coming up too, Midge would like move out of the way, so at least Katrin would have somewhere to stand.
So you're trying to get back onto the stairs, not to the space south of the pit.
Yeah, no, not to that space, really. He's just gonna... Right now, it's like neutrally going up the wall, so it's gonna be right in that spot, but just higher up. And then, yeah, he'll go back over toward the rest of the party there, relying more on the wall than on the actual...
So basically, Sardick's gonna carry us all.
So Katrin kind of gets off your back once you're over the stairs.
So how do we proceed from here?
That was really painful.
Are you okay? Both of you?
Yeah, I'm okay. How about you, Sardick?
A little battered, but nothing serious.
Well, apparently what they meant was certain kind of death, and they meant painful.
Maybe we should clarify the sign.
We probably should.
Death by 1,000 tiny cuts is still death.
Yeah.
But they didn't die.
But did you die?
So maybe we should just put like 1,000 cuts on the sign. 1,000 cuts this way, certainly.
I mean, they were impaled on spikes. They just were
That's
smaller
true.
spikes. So.
Well, of course, who's to say what's down further?
Do we risk it? Actually, Roscoe's gonna like light up detect magic and like look at the mirrors again. Are they back to normal?
Oh, you're gonna go look at the mirrors?
Because I have 60 feet on it, so I don't have to enter the hallway. Like just as soon as I can get like line of sight on one of them. To see
They
if
are
it's
back
still...
to full magical strength, as you can tell.
Oh.
So now I guess it's fear of the known or fear of the unknown.
Well, how do we feel about trying to jump over this thing?
Consent. There's another one on the other side.
I mean, I could get over it pretty easily, but yeah, I don't know what's down there. I mean, otherwise, you're saying that there's some weird magic with those mirrors. I mean, I could try to spell on the whole damn thing. I mean, if it's all one connected kind of a thing, but
Does
I don't...
Katrin just jump as we're talking?
Yeah, she
Jesus.
just jumps across.
Does Roscoe detect any magic further down the hall with the 60 feet?
No, you do not.
Okay.
This doesn't seem to be a magic trap. It's simple mechanics.
Okay.
I didn't even see that at all, Katrin says. I mean, it just looked like normal floor. Of course, my vision's not that great.
Could we toss some of these goblins down into the pit to at least get rid of the spikes, so that if we do happen to fall, some of us might not be as athletic as others. We have something to break our fall.
They're mostly incinerated, but I mean, we still could, and it would be a better place to put them than where they are now. Roscoe, like, maybe a little bit regretfully looks around at his work.
I mean, I could just easily ferry you across, but you might be right just to soften the blow down there. It wasn't quite the fall, but the stop at the end that really gets you.
I wonder if we can close this pit somehow and then make it so it won't open again. I don't know how to get the, fake floor parts that went down back up, though.
Was it like a swinging trapdoor, or was it like just all of...
No, yeah, the actual two halves of the floor itself swung down like doors, but they did it so
Okay.
very, very
Oh.
fast.
Can I look around to see if there is like any sort of plate or something on the floor, on the stairs, I guess, that we're on?
No, but now that you're up to the edge of the... If you're up to the edge of the pit, right up next to it, with your superior vision, you can see that there's sort of an obvious pressure plate kind of built into the floor at the bottom of the stairs.
Do I think that stepping on that is what made the doors open? Like, it looks like it's been triggered.
Yeah.
I think Katrin actually might have a point, and this might actually be what made that appear. Maybe if we step on it again, it'll undo or fix itself, and Midge is just gonna like put her foot on the plate.
Okay, you're gonna put pressure on it? Like, are you gonna put your weight on it?
Hold on, I'm moving my token, because if it's like here, right, like at the bottom of the stairs, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she would be, like, obviously aware of the pit, but she'd be putting her like foot onto that specifically to see if it'll like pop back up or do something.
It doesn't pop back up.
Roscoe, can you see if you can get the plate to reset, or I'm back?
Roscoe's gonna kind of like lie down on his stomach. He's gonna like drop his backpack on the side, lie down on his stomach, that sort of thing, and see if the doors, like if he grabs onto them, if they're still swinging or if they're stuck in the down.
They are not stuck. Of course, it's pretty hard to get a grip on the thing in order to pull it up, because it's, you know, it's 5 feet down in the hole, the edge of it. So you'd have to be hanging almost your whole body down.
I'll use like my crowbar and like kind of reach down with it and like poke at it and see how much it's moving still.
Yeah, you
does
can
there
get
appear
it
to
to
be, like,
move.
Huh, maybe it can lock back in. Can I do an investigation check to see a little bit more about sort of the mechanism that is behind this?
Yeah, sure. Alright, what do you want to know?
Mostly, like, so we found a plate that probably makes them swing open. If there's, like, a sort of system, like, how that is transmitted to the door to make them swing open, and then if there's, like, kind of anything else that doesn't really fit into that system, which could maybe be how it could be closed again.
You don't determine any mechanical way of closing the doors, but you think all they're doing right now is just sort of hanging down there on their own weight, but the mechanism just causes them to drop open, and then they kind of hang there under their own weight. They would have to be physically raised back up into position, at which point you think the mechanism would cause them to sort of click into place and be held there until such time as enough sort of pressure is put on and it's a big plate, right? It covers that entire 10 by 10 section of hallway. So anywhere on there that the weight would be placed would cause it to pop open.
Do I see hinges on the wall that like probably blend in, but are there hinges on the side?
There are hinges. The hinges are on the underside of the doors, not on the top, though.
Okay.
What are you trying to do, lad?
I don't really know. I think it probably won't reset easily. It might be a thing that Hathor has on like a little magical timer.
Oh, are you saying you want these closed up again?
Sure. I mean, Midge, is that what you want?
I mean, if we close them, here's the issue. If we close them, we still have the problem of getting across, because the minute we put pressure on these, we're going to fall through again, and then we're going to fall in.
Yeah, for now, I think we just leave it open so we don't fall into it by accident.
Katrin says, I don't know how to close it, but I'm pretty sure that if we close it, we could rig it so it doesn't open again. She looks at Roscoe when she says that.
Roscoe's kind of like, Well, I mean, how much do we need it closed? Because I think we really just need to get past this hallway for now.
Or we can leave it open. Doesn't matter.
Look, I'm making a map. I'll just mark it so that we are very sure we know where it is when we come back, if it is.
Sardick can carry anybody that needs to get across that can't jump across. Right, Sardick?
Yeah, that's true. I can bring any of us over. Yeah, I can bring any of us over. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess let's just do that.
Cat.
I'm not the greatest jumper. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, me too.
Sardick's an amazing jumper.
That's true.
Are we using the rules of like you just can cover us that number of feet based on your strength score, or would this be like an athletics check too?
You can cover that number of feet based on your strength score, and if you want to cover more feet than that, you can make an athletics check. And the way I'm going to do it is if you get 15 on the athletics check, you can cover 5 more feet. And for every 5 beyond that you get on the athletics check, you can cover 5 more feet.
Ara just looks at it, looks at Sardick, walks over and says, mind carrying me? Because there's no way.
Sure, no problem. Just, well, and Sardick will just kind of grab hold of Ara and just kind of sling her over his shoulder and walk across the wall.
Whee!
Roscoe will be like looking down at the bottom, like ready to like try and jump, and he'll be like getting ready, and then he'll stop and like think for a second, and getting ready, and then stop. Like, you know, Sonic, it might be easier if you carry me too, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure, no problem. And he'll just kind of just spring over, just leap in the air merrily, and just kind of flip over and just lift Roscoe up the same way, and just, all right, let me get you here, lad. And he's just gonna wrap him over his shoulder once again, and just sort of walk along the wall, bring him over to the other side.
Katrin made it look pretty effortless when she jumped, even without a running start.
Show off.
Yeah, I see that 25 athletics that she made.
You all right, Midge? Or would you like me to take you over as well?
Yeah, she would nod. A little help would be appreciated.
Certainly. And once again, he'll sling Midge over his shoulder for the second time today. Well, maybe yesterday, depending on how the times work, and take her over as well.
While that's happening, can Roscoe just kind of like start looking at the ground, maybe like step in front of Ara even, but like kind of slowly move this way and kind of look for any signs that there are more.
Yeah.
Ara gladly lets you step forward.
Yeah, so Katrin looks like she wants to move further down to kind of get out of the way, but then she looks really nervous and she freezes in place. If I didn't see one, I won't see the other ones probably.
There's a huge lack of trust in this place.
So yeah, if Roscoe's moving forward, he's going to be slow enough that he can do investigation checks. Or if someone else wants to go.
Like, are you spending a full minute investigating each 5-foot section, or are you just relying on like your passive?
If it's Roscoe going first, we're going slow and investigating. So if someone else wants to go first, they can. But I was just seeing if we had space to move up one more square, basically, at first, while they were carrying Midge across. Oh, sorry.
Well, if Sardick's going first, what he would do is he'd walk along the wall, and he'll take his warhammer and just sort of strike down, like, on each section as he walks by, and kind of test it for, for being, if it's solid or not.
All right. What's everybody else doing?
I'm just gonna kind of follow warily behind them. And just to mother hen at this point for Midge, just kind of keep looking back at her. And then I think to myself, Midge is usually the one that sees and hears things before us. I'm really not understanding why she's not in front.
They all moved ahead.
I understand that feeling.
If we're just relying on our passives, like she's just gonna do like a passive perception.
All right, so you noticed this, and nobody else did. I mean, nobody else could really even see it except for Midge, at least not until Roscoe actually stopped and took the time to investigate, at which point he could kind of figure out where it was and everything. But you also know, Midge, that you didn't even notice it until you were just like right up next to it, like within 5 feet of it.
I would say as much, like that you wouldn't be able to see it unless you were like right about to step on.
So, if you're gonna let Sardick kind of go ahead and be pounding on the floor with his hammer as he walks on the wall.
If he's on the wall, can I be well, I guess I can just be right here. But like in the space that would be beside Sardick, since he's on.
Yeah. So as you guys move south, nothing's happening. And when you get to this point, the pounding with the hammer doesn't seem to do anything. But at this point, Midge notices the telltale signs of another pit.
I'd hold a hand out to keep Katrin from continuing to walk and say, right there's another one of those pressure plates.
Should we just push on it so we can see where the pit starts and ends? Like, with like a big, like your staff maybe?
Well, Sardick's already banging on it with his warhammer and it's not doing anything.
On the plate specifically though? Or, oh, I see what you're saying. Can I take enough time to make an investigation check so I could like get a good, because like I know we see it on the map, but like, how confident are we that it stops and ends there?
Well, yes, you can actually only tell where it starts. You can't really tell where it stops from where you are.
So I guess from a non-metagaming perspective, can I do, like, would an investigation check be sufficient, or would that be at a far enough range that it would have to be more perception?
Investigation would only let you determine what was kind of right in front of you. You wouldn't be able to tell where the far edge of it was unless you could investigate on the other side.
Roscoe will not step across then.
What's Sardick doing?
You're saying something's here. I don't really see anything, and he's just gonna, take his hammer. two-handed and just bring it down like he's using a sledgehammer on the thing, and just pound it with all this.
Yeah, Midge would have pointed it out and then like made everybody maybe take like a step or two back.
Alright, so there is a tiny shutter in the floor as you do that, but it doesn't pop open or anything.
Now this is quite obstinate indeed.
When he
But if you
hits the
think-
plate with his hammer.
Yeah. You think that if you were to continue going along the wall and hitting the floor as hard as you could at least see the difference between the little tiny shutter that it makes when you hit it on the pit versus the solid floor, and in that way you could determine where the far edge of it was.
Or Katrin and Sardick, like, hold on to me. I'm just gonna step on it. And just don't let me fall.
Alright, Katrin just like loops a rope around your waist
She was like ready for this.
and just holds on to both ends of it. She's okay, I got you.
Yeah, Sardick will grab an arm.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself just in case. So essentially Midge just kind of like rubs her hands together and says, all right, here goes nothing. And as she's rubbing her hands together, she's like, she's gonna cast guidance. And then she's gonna step on the...
Alright, well, it does spring open, but you're being held fast so you don't fall in.
All right, there it is.
Good problem solving. Just trigger the trap.
Katrin says, so you can see a lot better than us, huh, Midge?
Yeah, I think it's just from, having to get used to looking in the dark and like dim light all the time underground.
And Roscoe, you're pretty good at finding these things too.
Yeah, it just takes me a little bit more time and, attention to detail in the clip.
Well, I like being in front usually, but I think maybe I shouldn't be in front now because I can't see these things at all, she says. She'll back up and take a little running jump and jump over this pit, again, effortlessly. With the running jump, she doesn't even have to make a roll.
If we do running jumps, that adds a little bit to our long jump.
Doubles it, actually. If you take a 10-foot run up to it.
So seeing that, Roscoe is going to have a little bit more confidence and follow suit.
You cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you do a running jump. So if your strength score is less than 10,
never mind then. Sorry, I thought you were saying that
you make an athletics check.
I'm like, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying that it doubled if you had... Never mind. Still the same situation as before.
Well then, who'd like to go first?
I can go first and then continue just scouting ahead.
Fair enough. And yeah, Sardick will just go ahead and grab Midge and hoist her over and walk across. He'll take a jaunty leap back and, who's next?
Me.
Ladies first.
Fair enough. Alright, and he'll go ahead and repeat the process.
Now, Sardick, on the other hand, can jump 45 feet with a running jump, or 22 with a standing jump, without even making a roll.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Can I
Well, when I hit level 14, I can fly.
Ooh, that'd be
Nice.
nice. Why level 14?
Because I get wings.
Oh, as part of the dragon heritage thing or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, part of my shadow can fly.
I mean, you could learn the fly spell right now if you really wanted to.
I mean, I could. But I feel like that takes away from the damaging things I can do.
Yeah. So,
I'm
is
familiar
Sardick kind of
around the
carrying...
corner. So
Yeah, he'll go ahead and take Roscoe and do another fireman's carry and take him across and set him on the ground.
All right. So then, proceeding forward, how do you do things?
I looked around the corner quickly with the imp, just as like a little bit of scouting, in case there's something just like sitting there waiting to attack us. Basically, is my thought.
All right, so right around the corner, you see an area where there's a bunch of sort of stone debris and stuff on the floor, as it looks like a tunnel has been dug through the wall. Like it just dead-ended here, but a tunnel's been dug through the wall, and so now there's a dug-out tunnel heading further south, and there's a bunch of rubble. And there's also a dead body that looks like a goblin laying there, and there's some digging tools laying there as well.
I guess Roscoe, not to try and free people out with the whole familiar thing, still isn't going to mention it because it doesn't seem like too much of a threat, and just kind of like pretend it's new to him when he walks.
Oh, whoa! What is this rubble?
Nice.
Rubble.
Who could have seen this coming?
So proceeding forward, is Midge going in front, or how are you guys doing it?
Yeah, essentially, I feel like she and Sardick are walking, like side by side. Only Sardick is on a wall. And
Yeah.
Right.
And he'll continue pounding with the hammer, pretending like he's actually doing something.
All right, so just after you get around the corner, Midge, because I'm assuming you guys are moving at half speed as you're sort of passively searching as you go. It's not like a detailed search where you stop and search for a minute that would let you use investigation, but the sort of passive kind of searching as you go where you can still move at half speed, and that'll use your passive perception to actually detect things like secret doors or traps. So with that, you do detect another one in front of you right here, Midge.
So yeah, same as before, like hold out a hand to stop Katrin from continuing to walk, and I'll point out the plate and say, same as last.
All right, fair enough. And Sardick will offer an arm as I assume Katrin will use.
Are you going to spring it open like the last time? Katrin says.
We might as well. At least that way we'll know it's there when we come back this way.
So she puts a rope around you again. And I assume you're not doing anything else particularly weird, so things go the same way that it went last time. And you discover one more of these pits. All of these pits have the stone spikes at the bottom. So then, who's crossing over to the other side first? Sardick is probably going across on the wall, right? Or is he carrying someone?
Right. If Katrin hasn't done her leap already, because I imagine he already figures that he wouldn't be able to stop her from doing that and saying, you might want to wait to, to test it out first. Yeah, he'll offer his ferrying services to whoever wants that first and start taking.
Yeah, Midge would ask to be ferried across first again.
Excellent. All right. And yeah, he'll go and take her over his shoulder again and bring her across to the other side, and he'll go over here and drop.
All right.
Oh.
So using the same tactics as before, everybody's able to get across the pit with no problem.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side of the pit, you see, like I said, it looks like this was a dead end, but the sort of built wall has been tunneled through, and you see some like shovels and mining pickaxes, and a big pile of rubble, and a dead goblin with its skull caved in.
Oh my god, a dead goblin!
Oh my gosh, a dead goblin.
Oh my gosh, another tribute to your king.
Hold on, that was yesterday.
Does this one have like the familiar like armor and symbol of the Xanathar Guild?
It doesn't have a symbol of the Xanathar Guild on it. It looks much like the other goblins that Ara roasted before, although this one is unroasted. But you didn't see a Xanathar symbol on those other goblins either. It was only on the bugbears and on the elite goblins.
Not the fancy goblins, okay.
The fancy goblins.
Can I just send my familiar, like, once we start moving forward, I just kind of wanted to be, like, 15 feet ahead so that, like, I can't, like, spot traps with it, just, like, if there is something, we have a little bit more headway, or head notice for this stuff.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Alright.
So is anybody doing anything with this rubble, this dead body, or these tools?
Yeah, Sardick will look at the rubble and the situation around and kind of try to figure out exactly what they were.
Midge is still not fully trusting this goblin. He's going to search the goblin.
It doesn't have anything. It doesn't even have armor or weapons.
Are the tools functional still?
Yeah, the tools look fine. And Sardick, you can tell that these were just being used to dig this tunnel through here.
Okay, so there's like nothing special in the wall. Like he doesn't sense any like that there was like minerals here or a vein of anything or nothing like that. Just a path being.
Correct.
Okay.
Alright, I think this is a good place to stop for the night before you go exploring into this tunnel, since it is 8:30 already. So next time you can proceed and explore further down this tunnel. You managed to make it past these pit traps with only one incident occurring.
We didn't have a fight in the pillar room.
You just had a fight in the room next to the pillar room.
Yeah, but we didn't fight in the pillar room.
We
I know, it's
did
amazing,
it.
right?
I like expected to come out of like our 16 hours hiding out in a room and like see like
Just
a
monsters.
massive army
It's because Roscoe scared them away with his
with his crazy display for the king.
Of course. No other
Well, honestly, if some other goblins wandered into that room and they saw all that, they'd probably be pretty damn intimidated by it. But anyway, I'm going to end my recording real quick, so just give me 1 second to do that. So if you're watching on YouTube, that's going to do it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Dungeons & Dragons, Beneath the Yawning Portal, Dungeon of the Mad Mage. See you next time.